Chapter 976. At the edge of the nether universe, Zhu Yin, Shi Hu, and the little Taoist were checking the items. Chu Feng had left behind many good things, including various artifacts and weapons. Some of them were divine weapons brought back from the foreign land. A stone egg caught the lame heavenly lord's attention. This was the stone egg that Chu Feng had obtained when he went to the Phoenix Star in the Immortal Galaxy. It used to be the base camp of the undying bird in the netherworld, but the race had been destroyed countless years ago. This egg is strange. Is it the egg of the undying bird? Shi Hu was surprised. There was no time in the chaos. A 3-inch tall stone box passed through. It was too fast, and one of its faces emitted a faint luster as patterns appeared. Chu Feng went on his way alone, killing his way into the chaotic universe. This time, he was really going to kill, so he would go on his way alone. He would not bring anyone with him. He was going to give it his all. There was a gap in the opening of the stone box. Chu Feng was paying attention to everything outside. Half of the Heavenly Lord's decree was stuck to the gap, so everything was safe. Rumble. It was really dangerous to go through the chaos. Not far away, there were thousands of thunders, and he could clearly see the glaring lightning. He believed that even a god would be destroyed if he went in. The Chaos Zone retained some of the original features before the creation of the world, so it was especially dangerous, and anything could happen. Of course, what people looked forward to the most were the primordial objects that grew in the chaos, such as the primordial gourd and the sword embryo on the ancient vine. There was once a man from the Yang world who found a golden ancient vine in the Sea of Thunder in the chaos. He plucked a sword embryo-shaped fruit from it, and it turned out to be extremely sharp. Once it was slashed, everything would be destroyed. It was said that the sword embryo was stained with the blood of more than one heavenly lord in the Yang world. Chu Feng had never encountered such an ultimate object. In fact, even if he encountered it, he would not be able to pluck it. If he dared to make a move, he was destined to be killed by the chaotic lightning, or he would be killed by such a plant weapon. All the primordial plants with great origins were difficult to pluck. In the past, when someone plucked a mutton-fat jade bottle from a snow-white tree in the chaos, even a heavenly lord was killed. One could imagine how terrifying it was. In the end, a powerful figure had to personally pluck it with great difficulty, paying a great price. Comparatively speaking, this primal chaos region was still better off. The so-called lightning symbols were damaged and incomplete, or else the power would be even more terrifying. At the very least, the primal chaos outside the Great Yang realm was definitely many times more terrifying than the primal chaos here. Of course, the runes contained within the primal chaos formed here were also more complete and powerful. This kind of journey was very monotonous and boring. Chu Feng did not discover any creation. There was only chaos along the way. Suddenly, just as he was feeling bored, he sensed that something was wrong. The stone box was glowing not just from one side, but from the entire box. He could see it from the inside. The inner walls of the stone box were crystal clear. Of course, that was all. It didn't shine brightly. Almost at the same time, he felt an oppressive aura that made him feel incomparably dangerous. Then, he saw an inconceivable scene. Through the cracks of a stone box, he saw that the primal chaos in front of him had disappeared. It had been cleared away, and the so-called primal chaos mist was actually unable to approach. His eyes turned into two golden symbols. Fine patterns appeared and interweaved with light beams as he stared ahead. After reaching the quasi-divine king level, the fiery eyes of gold became even more astonishing. The runes in Chu Feng's eyes contracted and became increasingly resplendent. He saw the scene in front of him and was indescribably shaken. There was a person there? To be precise, it was a humanoid creature. Its entire body was golden, but it was too huge. Just by sitting there, it made people feel that the universe was insignificant. There was an oppressive feeling that could even suffocate gods. However, it was dead, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Its battle clothes were ancient and had long since been torn. The exposed body was very shriveled, and a layer of golden skin was stuck to its bones. Its head hung down. Its neck had been partially cut off, and it was powerless to straighten it. Huh? Chu Feng was shocked. He saw that there was a lot of metal powder and even weapon remnants in the distance. They had been destroyed by the light emitted by the hair. One had to know that it was only a corpse. Chu Feng was shaken. He saw a giant battle axe with only a small piece left. This weapon was at least at the Divine King level, but it was inferior to this creature's hair. Upon closer inspection, there was a lot of powder around this creature. They were all weapon dregs. It wasn't limited to the hair, but it was densely packed all around its body. No wonder even the primal chaos couldn't get close. How many experts had besieged it back then? Just what level has this creature reached? The most terrifying thing was that this corpse was surging with yang qi and overflowing with golden light. It was as if an immortal flame was burning the heavens. Even the primal chaos had to avoid it. An evolver from the Yang realm? Chu Feng frowned. It had actually died here without a sound. Outsiders didn't even know. He always felt that this was an existence even more frightening than Taiwu. Chu Feng had already changed the direction of the stone box at the first possible moment. He was afraid that an accident would happen if the stone box rushed over, so he drove it around. However, not long after, he encountered another dangerous situation. The boundless darkness almost swallowed him up. He rapidly changed his direction and went around it. He opened his golden eyes and stared at the side. It was still a vast and spacious space. There was no primal chaos approaching as they were all repelled. There was also a creature there. It was emaciated and all skin and bones. Its entire body was dark and incomparably cold. It made people shiver all over. Even though it was hiding in the stone box with only a crack of the treasure exposed, Chu Feng still felt as if he had fallen into an ice house. How cold was this humanoid creature? The yin qi was too dense. Chu Feng had never seen an evolver with such unimaginable yin qi. The most terrifying thing was that this creature was still so powerful even after death. There were many broken bones in the vicinity of this area. They were too densely packed. They were all left behind by the yin qi emitted by the colossal creature after its death. Chu Feng's scalp went numb. He saw that these broken bones were all at the Divine King level. Occasionally, there would be flashes of runes. It was clear that this creature was very terrifying. Even if it was dead, once someone approached this enormous corpse, they would also die and become blood and bones. Chu Feng's heart palpitated. He felt shocked. Could this creature be the great Yin realm that whose almighty master had deduced? He really couldn't think of where else there could be such a gloomy and bone-chilling evolver. Even if it had died countless years ago, its current gloomy qi was enough to strangle a divine king to death. In a split second, Chu Feng felt a headache. One had to know that even someone as powerful as whose master, that almighty from the Yang realm, had only deduced that there was a great Yin realm. However, there was no actual example, so it couldn't be truly confirmed. No evolver had gone to the great Yin realm before. But here, Chu Feng actually found people suspected to be from the great Yin realm. What made him tremble with fear the most was that there was also a golden humanoid creature from the Yang realm. These two people clearly seemed to have fought countless years ago. As for their evolutionary level, it was impossible to predict. There were traces of a prehistoric battle here that even the Almighty from the Yang realm didn't know about. There were actually visitors from the great Yin realm who had fallen here. Chu Feng was lost in thought. If he didn't have the stone box, he would undoubtedly die if he rashly charged into these two areas. There would be no suspense, just like those divine kings who had turned into bone dregs. For a moment, he was somewhat dazed. Could it be that the so-called broken, chaotic universe had been destroyed by such a battle? In the past, whenever the chaotic universe was mentioned, it was said to be broken. Now, it seemed that an earth-shattering event had happened countless years ago. The lame celestial venerable combined his master's research and believed that regardless of whether it was the foreign realm, the Yin realm where I'm from, or the little Taoist Yin cold universe, they were all narrow spaces adjacent to the great Yang realm and could be ignored. But if the great Yin realm existed, we should now be on the dividing line between the two. Chu Feng was silent. He felt very frightened when he thought of Hu's conjecture. Hu's master had once said that if the Taiji diagram was used to divide the Great Yang realm and the Great Yin realm, there was no doubt that the so-called Little Yin realm was only a very short segment on that curved line. It was even just a point. What era was this battle from? It's so mysterious and terrifying. Chu Feng sighed. He didn't have time to stay here, so he didn't think too much about it. He only knew that two humanoid beings from the Great Yin realm and the Great Yang realm had fought here in the past, and the consequences were too terrifying. Whoosh! The stone box tore through the air and entered the primal chaos once more. He didn't encounter any accidents along the way. The following journey was very dull. In order to speed up, he activated the celestial venerable decree and made it shine. It overflowed with strands of energy and supplied them to the stone box. As expected, what happened next was too fast. This was simply like the creation of the world. He crossed the primal chaos, and nothing could stop him. Of course, Chu Feng was even more nervous. He was highly concentrated because he was afraid that he would accidentally run into that area and encounter those mysterious corpses. He was ready to change directions at any time. Fortunately, the journey could be considered smooth. He saw a tree that flickered with silver light. It wasn't more than 3 meters tall, but it was actually making squeaking sounds and filling the air with a rich fragrance. There were more than 10 fruits growing on the strange silver tree, and they were making sounds. Whoosh! Chu Feng didn't hesitate and rushed over just like that. A beam of light shot out from a crack in the stone box, cutting down a silver fruit and putting it away. Then his fingers trembled, quickly controlling the stone box to escape from this place. He only stopped after rushing out quite a distance. This fruit actually moved. It was actually a silver mouse, its entire body shining, sparkling white. Previously, it was curled up, but now it unfolded its 3-inch-long body. What kind of situation was this? Chu Feng was stupefied. This mouse clearly had a fruit stalk on its body, something that grew from plant. Soon afterwards, he recalled the records of a certain foreign ancient letter. Once a spiritual plant in the primal chaos produced a divine fruit, and no one picked it for a long time, its entire body would continuously transform and develop intelligence, ultimately having a chance of becoming a spirit. Normally speaking, divine medicines couldn't become spirits, unable to cultivate. There were only a few exceptions, and now, Chu Feng encountered them. Chu Feng was shocked. He was on guard, because this type of creature was rumored to be extremely unordinary. He didn't know what kind of reaction this silver mouse would have. He controlled the stone box, turning around and approaching that strange silver tree, carefully sizing it up. There was actually a monument here, buried in the primal chaos. What is this? How could there be monument inscriptions in the primal chaos? Chu Feng was incomparably astonished. He carefully identified it. It was the characters of the Yang realm. Even though he had learned a bit from the stone fox, the characters here seemed to be even more ancient than the ones he had learned. Ancient characters of the Yang realm? Chu Feng frowned. After pondering and researching here for a long time, only then did he recognize a small half of the characters, understanding a bit of their meaning. His expression immediately changed. Chapter 977. A message from a DU-level evolver? Chu Feng was naturally shocked. The inscriptions were densely packed and difficult to decipher. It was written in a very ancient language from the Yang realm. Chu Feng studied it for a long time, but could only recognize a portion of the words. The contents were naturally frightening. He looked directly at the end of the inscription. This was the part that disturbed him the most. The inscription was too shocking. It claimed to be a half-cripple on the DU path. There were 2 words after half-cripple. It was the name of the inscription's author, but Chu Feng didn't recognize it. It wasn't as if he didn't know anything. He'd been with the Stone Fox for a long time and naturally understood everything about the Yang realm. A DU-level evolver was a terrifying existence. He'd almost reached the end of the path of evolution. Once he reached that level, outsiders didn't know what he would look like or what he would transform into. If there was no way out, then he could only continue the path himself. Even the stone fox was amazed and in awe of such a creature. He knew he didn't have much time left and wanted to enter the great Een realm to prolong his life. Chu Feng pondered over the inscription. The more difficult it was, the more interested he became. This was because it was left behind by a being at the forefront of the field of evolution. He deciphered a small portion of the meaning. This ancient being was like a U-level being from an even more ancient era. In the end, he was defeated and was about to fall on the path of evolution, entering the middle and late stages of life decline. This person wanted to enter the great Een realm, but he couldn't find the way. A being of this level had naturally made all sorts of deductions and believed that the great Een realm truly existed. However, in the end, he only entered the lesser Een realm after leaving the Yang realm. However, he also discovered abnormalities here. There were all sorts of traces in the primal chaos, and there was a battlefield from a very long time ago. The scene was extremely shocking. In the eyes of this being, these should be traces left behind by the ultimate powerhouses at the forefront of the field of evolution a long time ago. Meanwhile, as he continued forward, this person discovered new clues that left him moved and a bit horrified. He felt that this place wasn't simple originally, but it had been destroyed. In the past, this place might have been extremely glorious, and the level of the evolution civilization was a little too high. This person even saw a clue to the ultimate path of evolution in the Yang realm. What's going on? Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded. This self-proclaimed great cosmos-level half-cripple's train of thought was a little jumpy. Weren't the great universe creatures at the end of their lives? Why are you guessing the ultimate path again? Moreover, the people of the Yang realm also believed that the path of evolution would become more and more perfect with the passage of time. Why did the message left behind by this great cosmos being seem to indicate that there was another path? This caused Chu Feng's heart to thump violently. Naturally, he was somewhat excited. His frown deepened as he used all of his concentration to study the words on the stone tablet. He was truly a little regretful. He should have humbly consulted Shi Hu and thoroughly studied the ancient writings of the Yang realm. Now he could only deduce, constantly guess, and connect the context to identify. Chu Feng struggled to comprehend the inscriptions bit by bit. The more time passed, the more moved he became. Great waves surged in his heart. In the words of the great universe beings, it was mentioned that a long time ago, the path of evolution had its ups and downs. There were times of extreme glory and times of decline. Among them, there were times when the path of evolution had forked and civilization had gone in different directions. The current evolutionary civilization was just a road that branched out after several forks in the road. When he read up to this point, Chu Feng's body stiffened, but his heart was trembling. There was only one path now. If it was backtracking, that would be quite astonishing. The great universe beings believed that if they traced back, the other path wasn't necessarily wrong. However, where was the radiance of civilization on the other path of evolution? Chu Feng looked down and carefully studied the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Chapter 978. Where was the radiance of the other evolutionary civilizations shining? The greenest level being actually mentioned this question. There was such a question in the tablet inscription, and this was what Chu Feng had to decipher with great difficulty. From this person's point of view, the path of evolution had forked several times and seemed to have other secrets. They were all very important checkpoints and could be said to be the most important nodes in the history of evolutionary civilizations. How could only this current path be preserved? The other paths should still be there, and they might even be more important. The greenest level being guessed that there was an even more splendid path of evolution than this one. Where did it lead to, and how could it be found? Uncultured, so scary. Chu Feng mocked himself. His head was hurting now. Even if he circulated his god-level soul light to carry out a deduction, he still couldn't recognize some words. This tablet inscription wasn't considered short, and he had only deciphered half of it. He vaguely felt that some paragraphs were incomparably important and needed to be understood thoroughly. He clearly knew that an extremely important record was right in front of him. yet he couldn't obtain it. He couldn't recognize it, and it made him sigh. He could only try his best to continue pondering. Ruin. Chu Feng frowned as he saw such an incomparably crucial word. Greenest level being mentioned this word with emphasis. It was related to a few key nodes in the history of evolution. This made Chu Feng rather shocked as his soul light flickered. What did it mean? He was practically burning his brain now, and his soul light was flaring. He combined the words he didn't recognize with the context to deduce, but he still didn't recognize them. Not long after, he used domain methods to carry out deciphering. That was because domain symbols were the carrier of the order between heaven and earth. They were the embodiment of a kind of mysterious energy. Chu Feng discovered that the words of the most ancient era in the Yang realm also had this kind of mysterious energy characteristic. However, the way of expression was different from domains. Relying on this similar characteristic, he carried out a deduction. For a moment, his spiritual power was greatly consumed, and it was as if his entire body was burning. In the history of evolution, every time a fork appeared and every time an incomparably crucial node appeared, it was always accompanied by ruin. Chu Feng finally studied part of the meaning of the word. It was as if it was burning the soul. Light flames throbbed, and his spiritual power blossomed with multicolored light like a torch. What ruin? Chu Feng was frowning. There were words, annotations, and conjectures behind the word ruin, but he really couldn't decipher it. Looking at the inscription, Chu Feng felt that this was an earth-shattering, immortal stele. The things recorded on it were very important. That entity seemed to have discovered something and deduced something, wanting to leave something behind. What exactly is this ruin? What do these words mean? What do the great universe beings analyze? Chu Feng really wanted to know. At this moment, he also wanted to curse ruins. Kitty deficiency. Couldn't this great universe creature's message be a little simpler? Why did he have to use the most difficult words of the great Tao in ancient times? However, he had also gained something. The great cosmos creature had mentioned itself. Chu Feng revealed a dignified expression. Perhaps only a few short lines of words could be used to describe evolvers of this level. The great universe-level creature mentioned that it was ultimately a failed body, and that its evolved form was indescribable and too terrifying. So in the end, it wanted to leave the world of the living. Apart from extending its life, it didn't want to face its descendants in such a manner. An indescribable thing, a terrifying failed body. Was it more appropriate to call it that? Chu Feng didn't know why, but he felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. Although the great universe-level creature didn't say much and simply mentioned it, the more Chu Feng thought about it, the more he felt it was terrifying. Chu Feng was lost in thought as he thought of too many things, such as purgatory, the radiant ghost town, the reincarnation path, and the clay idol at the end. He naturally thought of the most important nodes in the history of evolution that had influenced the past and present. What did those forked paths lead to? In addition, he also thought of the stone box and the 3 seeds. At the same time, he also thought of the number 1 forbidden area in each world. What exactly was there? It actually produced talisman papers. There are more than 1 or 2 forbidden areas in the world of the living, and they seem to be even more powerful. Chu Feng's mind wandered as his thoughts ran wild. Next, he began to focus on the following paragraphs, but he really couldn't deduce anything about the secrets of the ruins. However, he could recognize the meaning of the words at the end. It was related to the silver divine tree in front of him. Back then, the indescribable great universe-level creature had entered this place and discovered traces of an ancient battlefield. It dug out some important secrets and also saw some medicinal herbs. Among them, this divine herb was one of them for back then. At that time, the great universe-level creature had sensed that it might die in the lesser-een world cosmos, so it made some deductions and divinations. It had a premonition that the small silver grass beneath its feet might one day become a spirit and achieve a different kind of evolution. During its deductions, it had always felt that this place wasn't simple and that unpredictable evolvers would appear. It suspected that it was related to this small silver grass, so it made some arrangements to help it achieve its goal. The great universe-level creature buried the remains of some terrifying beings near the small grass. They were all found in the primal chaos ancient battlefield, and they were all shockingly powerful experts in the past. Accompanying these prehistoric beings and absorbing their aura, the small silver grass might obtain the laws of those dead beings once it became a spirit. That was because the corpses also contained all kinds of order. Over time, the silver divine grass might really inherit those laws and order if it was constantly nourished. According to the indescribable great universe-level creature's guess, the silver divine grass would most likely transform into a quasi-innate level creature in the primal chaos. Is this how innate level creatures come to be? Chu Feng was doubtful. The great universe level evolved being mentioned that in some ancient records of his era, there were people who cultivated innate level creatures in the distant past, and it was somewhat similar to this. Innate level creature? Chu Feng was bewildered. Now, his attention was focused on the silver divine tree. Originally, it was just a blade of grass, but now it had become a tree with a dozen fruits on it. One of the fruits fell into his hand. It was a silver mouse. Was it an innate level creature? Chu Feng felt that this ignorant mouse's entire body was flawless and had actually reached the domain of a god. However, its soul light was like a piece of white paper. It was very simple and didn't have any complicated emotions. There were only complicated patterns of order and so on. Chu Feng realized that a great universe-level creature had cultivated a strange tree, and its fruit had even become a spirit. It was quite terrifying. It was actually a divine mouse. He made his move again. A beam of light flew past and plucked another fruit from the tree. It entered the stone box and landed in his hand. Then, he was astonished to find that it was a curled-up puppy. It was as big as a fist and shiny as snow. After being plucked from the tree, it flipped over and stood up. Like the silver divine mouse, its thoughts were as pure as a piece of white paper. It was just that its soul light was branded with complicated law fragments, which was why it had become a god-level life form. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He studied the two little creatures in his hand and discovered that they weren't dangerous and could obey his orders. They were like two newborn babies. Then, he studied the strange silver tree. It also didn't have any emotions. Moreover, its essence had condensed into a dozen fruits, so it didn't have many laws and order left. With his fiery eyes, Chu Feng could see clearly that there were some problems within this tree. After its divinity flowed out of its eyes and condensed into fruits, it was heading towards withering. The so-called becoming a spirit and realizing the transition of life actually came at the price of abandoning its body and bearing a different kind of life fruit. Chu Feng thought about it and plucked all 12 fruits. He put them into the stone box and transformed them into little animals. All of them were at the god level. There were fist-sized silver lions, white tigers, and snow-colored crows. Each and every one of them was extraordinary. They aren't innate creatures yet, but after becoming a spirit, this kind of transformation is still very strange. These are over a dozen divine beasts. Chu Feng made a judgment. This was very unexpected. There were over a dozen god-level thugs at his side. Chu Feng could use his own soul light to control them and teach them some things. Crack! At this moment, the strange tree broke into pieces and actually completely dried up and disappeared. Is this a different kind of rebirth? From a tree to a fruit, it transformed into 12 little animals. Chu Feng revealed a strange expression. In the end, Chu Feng took a look at the stone tablet. The last paragraph mentioned on it was a farewell. The great universe-level creature wanted to enter the lesser Een realm and take a look at the legendary abyss. That was because there were traces and hints on this ancient battlefield that said there was a pitch-black cosmic abyss in the cold and gloomy small universe ahead. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Was the oddity in the abyss related to this? He had killed gods from the Yang realm and already knew from their soul light that there was a terrifying existence under the abyss. Its life had reached the end of its declining period and was about to be completely extinguished. The people of the Yang realm had once done an experiment to examine the radiation value and come to this conclusion. Now, Chu Feng was greatly moved. The existence under the abyss was actually the great universe-level creature that had left behind the inscription on the stone tablet here. After that, he set off again with the 12 god-level creatures. He felt that they were extraordinary and worth domesticating. Chi, the stone box, streaked across the primal chaos and finally passed through the dangerous zone to enter another world, the dilapidated primal chaos universe. Chu Feng had arrived. On the way, Chu Feng gave the dozen or so little creatures a preliminary training and even passed on the breathing technique to them. These creatures looked ignorant, but they learned the technique extremely quickly. If we send them to the Yang realm, there will certainly be all kinds of explanations for this particular divine beast. It was born in the primal chaos, so it will most likely attract the attention of some orthodoxies. Chu Feng had studied them for a long time and discovered that they might be of great use. Chapter 979. He had finally walked out. He passed through the sea of primal chaos and arrived at the other shore. Chu Feng took a deep breath and relaxed his body. This world was very warm. The yang qi here was much denser than the Little Yin realm, but it couldn't compare to the foreign realm. However, the spiritual qi here was rather dense and wasn't inferior to the foreign realm. As far as the eye could see, giant islands were floating in the distance. They were right at the edge of the universe and adjacent to the primal chaos. Chu Feng held the stone box in his hand and stood in the primal chaos mist. He looked into the distance at the beautiful mountains and rivers on those islands. The spiritual qi was like a tide. The so-called broken universe was because the war back then was abnormally intense. There were many ruins left behind. There were stars in this world, and there were also many islands and ruins floating in the universe. Chu Feng's body was like fried beans as it crackled nonstop. He was using the methods of the domain to reconstruct himself. Not only his physical body, but even the temperament of his soul light had changed. Even if one observed him with the heaven's eye, he wasn't Chu Feng anymore. Instead, he was another person with no flaws to be found. He changed his clothes and looked like a scholar. He was similar to some of the people from the ancient civilizations in the universe. He knew that in this broken universe, there were technological civilizations and ancient countries. The civilizations and races were different, and their clothing was also very different. However, they were all walking the path of transformation in the end. I won't kill some small fries for now. Chu Feng glanced around and saw that there were people stationed on some islands at the edge of the primal chaos. They were people from the Yang realm. His current goal was to become a god. I'm coming. Chu Feng's eyes were bright and incomparably resolute. He was going to start hunting the gods from the Yang realm and take revenge for those who had once made him laugh and made him sad and unforgettable. In a split second, many figures appeared in front of his eyes. Beside the abyss, his parents were still thinking about him before they died and exhorted him to live well. The big black yak, the Manchurian tiger, and the others roared heroically and turned into a bloody mist. There was also the yellow cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the others who fell down one after another, their bodies and souls extinguished. At that time, he was too powerless and could only watch helplessly. He couldn't even protect himself and could only hear the cold laughter of the evolvers from the Yang realm as he watched them massacre unscrupulously. Even though there was a great battle between Yao Yao and Yao Yao, in the end, their white clothes were still dyed in blood. Their eyes became listless, and they fell into the eternal darkness, never to appear again. The god of thunder, the Skyblade, and the red spider lily walked out from their respective cultivation grounds one after another. Even though they knew they were no match for the enemy, they still wanted to fight against the enemy from the outer realms. In the end, all of them self-detonated. The curtain fell tragically, and blood dyed the starry skies red. I've come over in the end. A year of time is equivalent to 100 years of vicissitudes. For this, I didn't hesitate to cultivate the forbidden technique, the minor 6 rays of time, all for the sake of settling the score with all of you. Even as child, the little Taoist, had to step onto the path of reincarnation once again because of this. He had to go to the world of the living to fight for him and avenge his mother. He had once promised Qin Luoyin that he would take good care of this only child, but in the end, it could be considered that he had broken his promise. He wasn't able to do it. The little Taoist only wanted to go on his way and enter reincarnation once more. There was a flame throbbing in Chu Feng's chest. He wanted to let out a loud roar, shatter the heaven and earth, and slay all the gods in the Yang realm. His family was gone, and so were his friends. Everything was because of those evolvers from the Yang realm. His powerful soul light soundlessly swept across the island in front of him, and he found some important information from the minds of some saints. In reality, he had already slaughtered the gods before he crossed the primal chaos and obtained the information he wanted to know from the soul light of those few people. Now, he was merely confirming it a step further. Whoosh! He disappeared from where he was and fled into the distant starry skies. He left with extreme speed according to the coordinates he had found from those people's memories. Chu Feng had already confirmed that ever since Tai Wu's Taoist body was eliminated and died in the abyss, no more celestial venerables descended from the Yang realm. He became even more cautious. As long as there weren't any celestial venerables, everything was fine. The Great Cloud Planet was an enormous planet that was extremely flourishing. There were many ruins in its surroundings, and all of them were floating in the starry skies. For example, there were enormous mountains that weren't inferior to stars. There were also some majestic ruins that were like countless asteroids arranged in rows. This was the dilapidated universe. Even in the universe and outer space, there were many such places of rubble and ruins. It could be seen how extraordinary this area used to be in the past. After being beaten to this state, so many abodes and other things were actually revealed and scattered in the sea of stars. On the enormous Great Cloud Planet, the Azure River surged with a bit of extreme mist. It was extremely magnificent. From the origin of the snowy mountains, it traversed countless mountain ridges and plateaus. It was at least 1,000,000 miles long. At this moment, Chu Feng was dressed like a scholar. He was standing on a small boat that flowed with the current and was approaching his destination. Hong City was situated on a plain. 1,000,000 miles long river flowed through this plain. There were all kinds of tributaries and lakes that made the land here incomparably fertile. Every year, there would be a bumper harvest. Chu Feng abandoned the small boat. He had already learned enough on the way here, so he directly entered Hong City. The steel-like black city walls were extremely tall and flickered with all kinds of symbols. It was sturdy and immortal. It was said that even if a sea of evolvers at the Golden Arhut level attacked together, they wouldn't be able to penetrate the city. As soon as Chu Feng entered the city, he immediately felt the surging aura of the mortal world. It was incomparably bustling with people coming and going, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Candied haws made from 1,500-year-old red cloud fruit. It can nourish one's skin and promote sleep. It's a fine product among spirit medicines. If it's not delicious, it's free. Flying dragon meat. 6-winged flying dragon that was just hunted in the starry sky. It's roasted until golden and tender. It's a sacred product among delicacies. Don't miss it when you pass by. Flowing gold ancient sword. A prehistoric sacred sword discovered after excavating the ruins. It's incomparably sharp and can slay demons and ghosts with a single thought. The brilliant sword light pierces the heavens. It's a rare, fine product. It could be said that this huge city was abnormally bustling with evolvers everywhere. The streets and alleys were filled with cultivators for various races. Most of them were humanoid creatures, but of course, there were also many different races. Chu Feng had a skewer of candied haws made from 1,500-year-old red cloud fruit in his left hand and a skewer of fresh roasted flying dragon meat in his right hand. He ate them with relish. In reality, his soul light was quietly searching. He already knew that this was an important place. There was some god from the Yang realm overseeing this place. That was because Great Cloud Planet was very important. It was one of the 10 vital stars in the broken, chaotic universe. As a result, it had become an office for the descenders from the Yang realm. In a short while, he had already come into contact with 5 gods overseeing this place. There was also a group of saints who came from the Yang realm. Chu Feng didn't act rashly. He wanted to find out all the ins and outs. How many gods were there on this planet, and how many people from the Yang realm were there on the other planets? Otherwise, killing all the gods would alert the enemy and scare off the people from the other regions. At the same time, he was also understanding all kinds of situations in the broken universe. He was investigating old matters from over a year ago. For example, the whereabouts of the war gods Dao seat. Where did those people from the Netherworld go? And how are they doing now? Ever since the Sage Master and Uncle Ming left the lesser Netherworld cosmos, they hadn't returned. Chu Feng had always been very worried. Now that he had come to this world, he naturally had to investigate clearly. However, he felt that it wasn't optimistic. The people from the Yang realm were too powerful. They couldn't be stopped by the people of this world. The Wei family is recruiting people. They're currently lacking 6 attendants. The requirements are excellent and have outstanding innate talents. They must be selected from the divine sons and saintesses of 7-star and above evolutionary civilizations. Someone shouted in the distance. After that, a group of people rushed over. There was no lack of astonishingly beautiful female cultivators among them. They seemed to be the direct descendants of the great sex and had very strong cultivations. Chu Feng revealed an odd expression. What kind of background did this Wei family have? They were only selecting attendants, yet they actually wanted to select the best from the saintesses and divine sons of the great sections. It was a bit heaven-defying. There's no justice in this world. Divine sons and saintesses aren't worth much anymore. Sigh. An old man sighed. Someone retorted, who wouldn't be willing to enter the Yang realm? The quota is limited. The Wei family wants to recruit some heaven-bestowed geniuses to follow them into the Yang realm to strengthen themselves. So what if there's saintesses? Who wouldn't be moved by the chance to leave our broken universe and enter a complete universe of a higher level? Regardless of whether it was the universe Chu Feng was in, the chaotic universe in the broken universe, or the little Taoist universe, they were all known as pieces of the lesser netherworld. The Wei family's ancestor came from the Yang realm. Now that he has made contact with the Yang realm's emissary, he's ascending to the heavens in one step. Someone was envious. Chu Feng understood. This Wei family had the fortune to enter the Yang realm. That was why they could recruit people like this and make the inheritors of the first-rate orthodoxies have no choice but to bow down. It's really shocking. When the Liu family recruited people on another planet, our Cosmos 19th ranked genius and 13th ranked beauty, Fairy Yao Lin, actually went to serve them. How enviable. Even such a first-rate fairy went to seek shelter and willingly became a servant to accompany the Liu family's young master. This world is really hopeless. Shu, lower your voice. The Liu family's ancestor also came from the Yang realm and is extremely outstanding. And in the Yang realm, the Liu family's ancestor ruled the world, and his fame shook the world. Sigh, the world has changed greatly. To many people, entering the Yang realm is like ascending to the heavens in one step. It made many divine sons and saintesses throw away their dignity and willingly become servants. What else can they do? Even if you're a genius, you still have to go through the path of life and death and obtain the recognition of the people of the Yang realm. Only then will you have the opportunity to enter the Yang realm. But who doesn't know that the path of life and death is too difficult? A few famous geniuses have died in the past few months. Who wouldn't be afraid? Now that there's a chance to pass directly, even saintesses and divine sons have to lower their heads. Chu Feng listened quietly. He understood what was going on. Very soon, he understood even more concrete information. Whether it was a genius who had gone through the path of life and death, or an aristocratic family with connections or relations with the Yang realm, in the end, they still had to go through the final selection. The emissaries of those orthodoxies and ancient clans in the Yang realm had spread the word that the Yang realm would choose people from the Yin realm and didn't want trash. Even the descendants left behind by those who were ordered to explore the Een realm but couldn't return to the Yang realm couldn't be given too much preferential treatment. They had to perform well. Now, these clans were choosing divine sons and saintesses as servants because they wanted their own clans to perform well enough. Have you heard? Many people have been brought over from the Een realm cosmos. There are many geniuses and goddesses among them. When the time comes, they'll definitely compete with the people from our chaotic cosmos for a quota. Yes, I've known about it for a long time. Wasn't there a girl called Ingzushin last time? She's very stunning and has excellent innate talent. She met up with the people from the banished immortal cave of our cosmos and was nurtured with all their might. She's very outstanding. Rumor has it that a descendant of a celestial venerable has taken a fancy to that girl from the Ing family. But she's indeed stunning and as beautiful as a fairy. Chu Feng listened quietly. He felt that he might see those old friends who had disappeared. Yuan Amo, Zilwan, Yuan Shurcheng, Yuan, Vermilion Bird Fairy, and the others should all come. Even clairvoyant Du Huijin, Yi Qingru, and the others might be brought over passively. Chapter 980. We don't know if those who cross the Sea of Chaos to the Netherworld will have any gains. There's not much time left, so we have to make preparations to cut off our means of retreat. Send more people over now. There are some divine mountains in Hong City surrounded by the city. There are pavilions, waterfalls, flowing springs, clouds, and beautiful scenery. There were gods overseeing this place. They were discussing countermeasures. The people who went to the Netherworld hadn't returned with any good news. The last contact was disappointing as there wasn't much progress. Now, the people of the Orthodoxies couldn't sit still anymore. They had to take the risk before leaving. Otherwise, no one could bear the blame of the celestial venerables. The atmosphere is a bit tense now. Even some ancient families in the world of the living have sent envoys to participate. I'm afraid they'll succeed quietly. Impossible. They don't have any better methods. On a beautiful mountain peak, a golden waterfall hung down. A few gods stood side by side and gazed into the distance. They were under great pressure. The orders from above were that if there were no results, they didn't need to return to the world of the living. Finally, the seeds of another world aren't bad. There are good results. Some people are nourished by the yang energy and actually grow at an astonishing speed. The initial tests are satisfactory. Even the overseeing divine king revealed a long-lost smile. The few of them were discussing and contacting the gods on other planets. They still had to take action against the netherworld. Some of them wanted to go there personally to carry out the final search. The situation has become more and more delicate recently. Even the powerhouses have joined in and ordered their disciples to find some seeds. It's not the seeds of the netherworld or those geniuses, but a true seed. It's said to have been lost in an ancient era. If obtained, it might be helpful to those who have almost reached the end of the path of evolution. Oh, I also heard the Divine King mention this. The pressure from above has suddenly increased. This so-called Yang World Seed is worth all the other fortunes. The powerhouses are all tempted and want to take action immediately, but they can't give us what the seed looks like. It's really giving me a headache. Their expressions were bitter. They hadn't even found a shadow of the two supreme treasures from the world of the living. Now, they had to find another Yang World Seed. This made them worried. Yes, the Divine King sent news. Suddenly, a god with a head full of blue hair was moved and became serious. He looked to be around 30 years old, but in reality, he had experienced a lot of time. In his hands was a special communication device, and on it was information displayed. The Divine King's divine voice rang out. This is the seed that I've told you about. It's the information that the lords from the Yang realm just sent over. Study it carefully. If you can find it, you'll be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step. You'll become divine kings overnight. These words moved the deities. They were stirred up inside, but they also knew that this type of mission was likely difficult to complete. However, they still quickly expressed that they were going to do everything they could to pursue it. The information showed that the surface of the seed was wrinkled and it was round in shape. However, it was a bit withered and didn't have much luster, as if it had lost all its vitality. It was suspected to be a dead seed. The few gods were stunned. This was the seed that even the mighty figures of the Yang realm were moved by. There was nothing special about it. It could even be said that it was quite ordinary, no different from the common species in the wilderness. Then, one of them read the information. It's recorded in a solitary letter from the most ancient era. This attracted their attention, and they all revealed strange expressions. This was top-secret information that involved an extremely high level. They felt that even if they knew about it now, their memories would be erased when they returned to the Yang realm. Some secrets weren't something people of their level could come into contact with. A certain celestial venerable's master had once gone to visit a friend and accidentally discovered a terrifying danger zone that was suspected to be the resting place of a cosmic-level evolved being. However, after approaching it, he discovered that the creature had already passed away in meditation and had been dead for many years. There, he discovered a letter left behind by a cosmic-level evolved being. It could be said to be extremely ancient, and it actually mentioned a seed. If this seed was found, it might be able to temporarily stop the decay of this cosmic-level entity. It might not necessarily die in the end. The letter also mentioned that this cosmic-level entity had once released a small dragon to enter the Yang realm to search for this seed. However, it never returned, and after calculating the time, it should have been as long as 100 million years. Its origins are too great. The few gods exclaimed, "Is there only one seed?" A god's eyes flickered. In the distance, Chu Feng was strolling through the city, but a wisp of his soul light had entered the center of a beautiful mountain peak. He was secretly observing the few gods and listening to their conversation. His heart trembled when he heard the word seed. More than 100 million years have passed. Even if it's a divine seed or a heavenly seed, it should have rotted by now. What else could be left? You have to know that the Yang realm seed has been corroded by Yin energy for a long time, so it's even easier for it to rot. Not necessarily. Nowadays, all the almighty beings are coveting it, and even the celestial venerables are pressuring us. There's no one who doesn't want to obtain it. This is enough to prove that it's extraordinarily extraordinary and definitely won't rot. These materials contain the speculations of the almighty beings. The seed recorded in the letter from more than 100 million years ago simply doesn't know when it originated. Perhaps it's related to a certain forked road in the history of evolution. The few gods were discussing as they stood on a spiritual mountain surrounded by rosy clouds. The golden springs surged, but they didn't know that someone was coldly watching them. In the same city, Chu Feng was very far away. He was dressed like a scholar, but he could clearly sense everything here and hear their conversation. In the end, after the five gods had a discussion, they decided to send more people into the netherworld. At the same time, they contacted the gods of other vital planets and prepared to negotiate. They would set off in 3 days. Chu Feng's expression was calm, but killing intent lingered in his heart. He was also preparing to move. If he followed them into the primal chaos, it would be a good opportunity to make a move. If he eliminated them there, even the divine kings of the broken universe wouldn't be able to sense it. After eliminating enough gods, he would then quietly break through and blend in with a group of geniuses. He would then sneak into the Yang realm. This might be the best choice. Otherwise, if he really forced his way into the Yang realm, he might be eliminated in minutes. A god said, "After cultivating for more than a year, Divine Master Huang has completely recovered. The other old Divine Master is also fine. They will follow along. I hope they can deduce everything this time and make Chu Feng have nowhere to hide." Chu Feng knew that the Divine Master Huang this god was talking about was definitely that old weasel. His attainments in the field of divination were astonishing, and he was known as a Divine Master. Chu Feng was very calm. He still stayed on this planet and didn't reveal himself. 3 days later, the gods really made their move. They wanted to join forces and set off. There wasn't much time left. The passage connecting the Yang realm and this universe was about to close. If they still didn't have any harvest, then there really wouldn't be any time left. Swoosh! Chu Feng arrived at the edge of the broken universe and hid in the primal chaos. Chapter 981. It was extremely dangerous in the primal chaos, and anything could happen. Some people discovered an indescribable giant corpse when they were crossing. They would be corroded by the decaying matter it emitted when they approached it, and their divine foundation would be completely destroyed. There were also people who encountered endless order runes that were extremely glaring. Even a noble divine king would be torn to pieces in a breath's time, never to be reincarnated. There were also people who discovered an indescribable thing before the opening of the sky. Once they approached it, 90% of them would die. Occasionally, the returnees would experience strange changes and live a life worse than death. Of course, the more dangerous and terrifying a place was, the more likely it was to contain opportunities. Death and opportunities always coexisted, and they were only separated by a thin line. The ship was very fast, and it carried a total of 11 gods. The hull of the ship was made of special brass, and there were fine patterns on it. Those were the law fragments imprinted within, ensuring that the ship was sufficiently sturdy. The 11 gods stood motionless on the deck of the ship and gazed ahead. Some stood with their hands behind their backs, some carried battle swords, and some had rainbow-like eyes as if they wanted to see through the primal chaos. The surrounding mist surged, and it was all primal chaos. The brass ship seemed to be riding the wind and breaking through the waves, passing through the obstacles like a beam of flowing light. It was too fast. The 11 gods were like fossils that had existed since ancient times, but their bodies were filled with terrifying energy. Their eyes were very frightening when they opened and closed. This is our last chance. If we don't gain anything, we might be exiled to the netherworld forever and never be able to return. We will die in a foreign land. One of the gods spoke in a low voice, and his expression was very cold. If they couldn't return, they would go crazy even as gods. If it really comes to that, we will clear the place and wash the starry seas of the netherworld with blood. We will create a heaven and earth that contains yang qi and evolve the secret realm of the gods. It's easier said than done, but if it really comes to that, I won't object no matter what happens. Then there was silence. No one spoke again, and the gods were silent. They really didn't want to stay in this world. Crack! In the distance, lightning was concentrated like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. One after another, they were densely packed and interweaved there. The brass ship made a detour, and the celestial venerables' decree on it glowed, blocking the danger. The 11 gods stood tall with an oppressive aura as they gazed into the distance. Other than that, there was a group of evolved beings at the illuminator level sitting cross-legged on the deck. They didn't move at all and were very dutiful. They were all wearing ancient armor with cold weapons on their knees. As for the saints, there were more than 100 of them. They sat in a corner and were extremely quiet. With so many people gathered together, the yang energy was dense and the vitality was vast. Most of the forces from a yang realm were gathered here, leaving only a small portion to guard the damaged Chaosverse. They wanted to succeed in this battle. Otherwise, no one would be able to return, all of them dying in a foreign land. Behind a brass ship, a fist-sized stone box was flying. It locked onto its target and followed it. Chu Feng was estimating the distance. Now that he was far enough away from the Chaosverse, perhaps the best opportunity to strike had arrived. He had approached them from a close distance. The stone box had concealed all of his aura, so no one could discover him. He already knew the strength of the people on the brass ship. I have to deal with the celestial venerables' decree first, then get rid of the old weasel hiding in the cabin. However, it's most afraid of death, and its protective measures are in place. If I touch it first, I might alert the enemy. Chu Feng was only afraid of the artifacts left behind by the celestial venerable. As for the gods themselves, he wasn't very worried. I have to think of a way to provoke the priest on the ship. It'll be fun if it backfires. Chu Feng pondered for a while and revealed a faint smile. He already understood that the old weasel had almost been beaten back to its original form when it tried to make a forceful deduction last time and was almost destroyed. The stone box was getting closer and closer to the hull of the ship. In the cabin, the old weasel and another priest were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, they both felt a little uneasy. Their attainments in the field of divination were extraordinary, so they were naturally very sensitive to their own safety. "I don't know why, but I felt a little uneasy ever since we set off," said the old weasel. The other old priest said, "Yes, I also feel that there might be unforeseen events during this trip to the netherworld. Could it be that the abyss is becoming more dangerous? Moreover, I actually felt my heart palpitate just now. Just like me, I actually felt a moment of fear." The old weasel's expression changed, and the hair on his body stood on end. He sat there cross-legged with a faint gaze. In an instant, he quickly threw out some tortoise shells and carefully deduced, wanting to divine what would happen when they went to the netherworld universe. Great calamity? We might die if we go to the netherworld universe. The two priests were afraid. They both began to divine and calculate their own fate. Where exactly would the danger come from? It seems to be related to that supreme treasure. I can only vaguely feel it, and it's hazy and chaotic. I can't accurately divine it at all. The two's expressions were unsightly, and they both revealed expressions of worry. This is Chu Feng's blood, and there's also a damaged battlesuit. Let's use this to try and divine him. That supreme treasure should be on him, so it'll be relatively easier this way. But we're still in the primal chaos, and the distance is too great. It's too difficult to target him. I'm just trying. If it works, then it's fine. If it doesn't, then forget it. Otherwise, it's too dangerous ahead. I keep feeling terrified. If I die in the netherworld universe, I'll be too unwilling. They began to deduce and calculate carefully. At this moment, one side of the stone box was emitting a faint light, and the patterns on it were clear. It was a topographical map of mountains and rivers. Chu Feng already knew that once the stone box shone, it was equivalent to completely deceiving heaven's secrets. He didn't have to worry about anyone carrying out all kinds of divination against him. Puffed. In the cabin, the old weasel coughed up blood. His face was deathly pale, and his body had become much weaker. He simply couldn't believe it and said, "We're so far away. So why is the backlash so powerful?" On the other side, the old priest's face was also waxy yellow. Just now, blood spurted out of his nose and mouth, and what he lost was all blood essence. It made their bodies extremely tired. When I was deducing just now, I was actually alarmed. It was as if a colossus was right in front of us and staring at us. What's going on? I can't analyze anything at all. The more bewildered they were, the more uneasy they became. They really wanted to figure out what was going on. After a few times, the two of them fell heavily into the cabin. They breathed in more than they breathed out, scaring the Tao children who were serving them and causing them to run out in a hurry. The 11 gods were alarmed and rapidly rushed into the cabin. They attached great importance to the two priests. Chu Feng also moved. He approached at extreme speed from the primal chaos and stealthily boarded the large ship with the stone box. He appeared at the bow of the ship, opened the stone box in a split second, and rushed towards the celestial venerable's decree. Whoosh! He very easily put the decree into the stone box and immediately closed the lid, isolating its aura from the outside world. This was what he was most afraid of, but he also understood that if no one activated it, this decree wouldn't take the initiative to attack. He had killed gods in the netherworld and searched their soul light, so he roughly knew a simple activation method. Crack! After losing the celestial venerable's decree, the large brass ship immediately encountered an enormous resistance. Even if there wasn't any primal chaos lightning nearby, there were still some rule fragments and so on. It was extremely dangerous. Sparks flew in all directions on the ship's body, and sonorous sounds rang out as it was being corroded by an indescribable energy. What happened? Not to mention the illuminator, even the 11 gods in the cabin couldn't remain calm. They felt their blood run cold. If an accident happened while traveling in the primal chaos, they could easily be completely annihilated. Chu Feng's disappearance didn't attract anyone's attention. Although he came for revenge, he was extremely cautious. He was worried that there were other celestial venerable objects. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gods all rushed out and immediately cried out in alarm when they saw that the bow of the ship was empty. The celestial venerable's decree was gone, and they immediately revealed terrified expressions. As for the other illuminators and saints, they were also stunned. That decree had suddenly disappeared, and they didn't see the specific situation clearly, so they didn't know what had happened. Without this thing's protection, everyone would undoubtedly die. They would be struck to death by the lightning in the primal chaos sooner or later. "Return!" someone shouted loudly. He was completely anxious. Chu Feng watched from afar. He reckoned that these people shouldn't have any other celestial venerable objects. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He just watched just like that. The large ship turned around and sailed back with all its might. During this process, the hull of the ship buzzed, and fine cracks appeared. It was injured by some drifting order fragments in the primal chaos, and if this went on, it would inevitably disintegrate. The 11 gods quickly took action to resist this kind of corrosion. How did the celestial venerable's decree disappear? Could it be that it was taken away by some creature? That's impossible. Who would dare touch unless there was an object or creature of the same level? A god muttered. His face was ashen, and he gradually revealed fear. Don't scare yourself. Perhaps some ineffable laws appeared in the primal chaos and cut off the celestial venerable's decree. Kacha! The large ship collided with a withered bone in the primal chaos, and the bow of the ship exploded into pieces. It was unknown when this jet-black bone was left behind, but it was terrifyingly hard and flowed with black light. After losing the protection of the celestial venerable's decree, the brass warship couldn't hold on any longer. The primal chaos was just this terrifying, and anything could happen. Up! A wave of cries rang out. A great crisis was approaching, and everyone was alarmed. Chu Feng appeared. He had already confirmed that the other party didn't have any backup plans. When he descended on the large ship with the stone box in hand, the group was shocked. A person emerged from the primal chaos, appearing so abruptly. How could they not be overwhelmed with shock? "You are Chu Feng!" The saint cried out in disbelief. How could a native of the Een realm come here and dare to face them? Although this was their goal, everyone was somewhat uneasy now. Even the gods felt their bodies go slightly cold. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, how could this young man from the Een realm dare to come here? "Let the person behind you come out," an illuminator shouted. "Capture him." A god made his move. No matter what, even if there were terrifying experts nearby, they couldn't care so much. Now, they had to capture Chu Feng first and use him as a hostage or kill him directly. They didn't believe that Chu Feng could rely on himself to start a war with them. This was simply unrealistic. It had only been a year, and no one could grow so quickly. There must be a creature coming out from the abyss, a saint said while trembling as he looked at the surrounding primal chaos. In reality, this was also the speculation of the 11 gods present. The Een realm's final reliance was there, unless a creature came out from there. Bang! A god attacked Chu Feng quickly and fiercely. He wanted to control him as soon as possible, and his silver palm was covered in complicated law symbols. Chi-Chi. However, in a split second, Chu Feng's entire body shone brightly. His sword wings covered the sky and hacked continuously. In a split second, this person's arm disintegrated and turned into a bloody mist. Puffed. A sword light flashed, and that person's head flew up. Bang! The sword wings vibrated, and the headless corpse of that god disintegrated, turning into fragments and a bloody mist. A large amount of divinity granules flew over and gathered toward Chu Feng. Everyone was scared out of their wits, including the remaining 10 divine level experts. What kind of power was this? He had eliminated one of their gods in a single encounter. The remaining gods were shocked and terrified. At this moment, they felt a chill from head to toe. This native in their eyes actually dared to come over because he was strong enough. He was relying on himself. Kill. They attacked together. No matter what, there was no way out now, so they could only brace themselves and fight. The people of the Yang realm understood that since he had killed Chu Feng's parents, annihilated his relatives and friends, and even his Dao companion had fallen, it was impossible for him to be merciful. Chu Feng's eyes were red. He had cultivated for 100 years and practiced forbidden techniques in the foreign realm just for this moment. Now that they were exchanging blows, he went all out. Bloody lights splashed everywhere as several gods collapsed, and divine blood sprinkled everywhere. God General, how is this possible? They almost didn't dare to believe it. Chu Feng had become a God General. Chapter 982. Only a short period of time had passed, yet that little native that they hadn't paid any attention to all those years ago had actually broken through from the saint realm to the god realm in a short year and was ranked at the peak of the divine general realm. It was truly shocking. They were terrified. This kind of speed of evolution would scare people to death in the Yang realm. How could it appear unless it was during those special periods in ancient times? In the underworld universe, the laws were incomplete and the heaven and earth were incomplete. In addition, there was a ceiling. The highest one could reach was the Illuminator level. How could he actually reach this step? Was he going against the natural order? Puffed. Chu Feng's sword wings flapped, and he was like a 12-winged god king. He whistled through the world and beheaded another god. No one could stop him. He's a Een spirit. How could he reach this step? Someone among the Illuminator-level experts growled. In the past, even they could look down on the underworld and look down on Chu Feng. But now this little native had actually evolved to this level. Puffed. On both sides of Chu Feng's body, the 12 wings flapped, and the terrifying order pattern spread out like a surging river. The Illuminator exploded on the spot. At the same time, the group of people around him suffered and disintegrated. They were all considered experts, but they died tragically under a casual attack from Chu Feng. Demon. The group of saints was terrified. They had never thought that there would be such a day when they came to the underworld. Originally, they had descended into the lower plane with the attitude of looking down on the world. Break out of the encirclement, a god shouted. There was no way to continue this battle. If this went on, everyone would die. Who could defeat a god general? However, everyone was in despair. Outside the brass warship was primal chaos that contained fragments of the laws. Even a god would die if they were hit by it accidentally. I don't believe in miracles. No one in this world can become a god so quickly, a god roared. He absolutely didn't believe that Chu Feng could rely on himself to rise so quickly. He must have some shocking secret on him. Bang! The response was a fierce punch. Chu Feng's fist was sparkling and resplendent. It emitted a 5-color divine light, causing the space to explode and the nearby primal chaos to boil. This deity did everything he could to resist, but the disparity was too great. The weapon he produced released a clear, crisp sound, full of cracks. A divine artifact was destroyed right there. Moreover, his body was on the verge of destruction as well. The barrier of light around his body had been penetrated by that fist and was completely blasted apart. The various divine chains of order he'd activated were breaking apart as well, and all sorts of talismans were being obliterated by that fist. Puff! This god's corporeal body was penetrated, and even his divine soul was exploding and disintegrating. Buzz! The void trembled because at the same time that Chu Feng utilized the little 6 rays of time technique to kill a person, he didn't give them a chance to be reborn from a drop of blood and reconstruct their true bodies at all. He directly disintegrated them into divinity granules and rapidly smelted them. It was fine if he didn't kill them, but once he did, his body and soul would be destroyed. Even if he was a god, he would lose the chance to reincarnate. Too powerful. No one can keep this Een spirit in check. Everyone's faces were ashen. The divine evolvers were fighting with their lives on the line, but they were also falling one after another. They believed that the reason why Chu Feng could rise so swiftly was related to the Yang realm treasure they were looking for. It was on him, and as a result, it caused him to advance by leaps and bounds. If one were to look into it deeply, there was indeed some connection. After all, without the stone box, Chu Feng wouldn't have been able to bring his corporeal body into the foreign realm, and as a result, he wouldn't have been able to become a god. They'd only exchanged blows, but the corpses of the deities were already strewn all over the place. But 90% of the people didn't dare to escape. Just now, someone had jumped off the brass ship, but in the blink of an eye, the nomological fragments in the primal chaos sliced him into pieces, and his divine soul was forever destroyed. "Where's Jiangzhou? Where's Su Hong?" Chu Feng shouted. Those two gods were the first to enter the Yin realm universe. Two of their incarnations were destroyed by Yao Yao, and their vitality was greatly injured. But in the end, their true bodies were still there, and they hadn't died. He was sure that those two hadn't come and weren't in the cabin. Bang! Tens of thousands of beams of light shot out from Chu Feng's body, and every beam was like sword light. He flapped his 12 wings and pounced on the deities, unleashing a massacre here. Ah! A god let out a blood-curdling scream. Even though he was very strong, there was no way he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a divine general. After being swept by Chu Feng's sword wings, not only did his head fall to the ground, but he was also chopped at the waist. Following which, hundreds and thousands of sword chi blossomed in his body as though a sun was being nurtured in his flesh. In the end, he exploded with a bang. Divine matter surged, and countless granules flew up. That was the most fundamental energy, and it converged toward Chu Feng. Another god had thoroughly died. This is an evil technique. Oh my god, the evil lord of the six paths special technique. Finally, someone recognized it and shouted loudly with a terrified expression on his face. Those who were killed like this would suffer torment. In the process of comprehensive decomposition, all kinds of beneficial substances in the corporeal body and soul were extracted. It was as though someone was refining a great medicine, and it was extremely tragic. Everyone's expressions were gloomy and filled with fear. At this moment, even the few gods that were still alive turned around resolutely and rushed into the primal chaos. Even if they were to die, they didn't want to be like being boiled medicine. They were sacrificed alive and disintegrated into divine granules and ancestral Taoist matter. How terrifying of a destruction was that? Where do you think you're going? How could Chu Feng give him the chance? The sword wings unfolded, and he was as though a divine king had descended into the world. He was invincible, and after he swept past, another two gods were chopped into pieces and collapsed on the large ship. Bang! The most terrifying thing was still his fist. When he smashed out like this, there was nothing he couldn't overcome. Densely packed runes curled around his fist. Those so-called secret treasures, defensive secret techniques, and so on couldn't stop him at all. They were penetrated by his fist, and the gods exploded in a bloodbath on the ship. He was slaughtering a god. The following battle was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Chu Feng was incomparably powerful, and no one could stop him. It didn't take long before the 11 gods were almost completely annihilated. There was still one god left who rushed into the primal chaos, but Chu Feng caught up to him and used the Virokana fist to directly kill him. There was no one on the deck. They had all jumped into the primal chaos. But the saints were already dead when they jumped down, and the illuminators couldn't struggle for long either. They would be swallowed by all kinds of unknown dangers and wouldn't survive either. This area just happened to have a sea of lightning that was flickering with radiance. In the end, with a bang, everyone who left the brass ship was completely killed and turned into ashes. The brass ship was a divine-grade treasure after all, and there were all kinds of law runes engraved on it. Although sparks flew in all directions, it was much stronger than those saints and didn't disintegrate. Chu Feng didn't make a move against those people, and they were already buried in the primal chaos. He walked into the cabin and saw the old weasel and an old man at a glance. Both of their faces were ashen, and they were now in complete despair. The 11 gods had all died, so how could the two of them beat Chu Feng's opponent? Apart from divination, their combat strength was actually very low. Chu Feng could poke a large group of them to death with a single finger. With a bang, Chu Feng lifted the old weasel over and held its neck. He looked down at it again and again. This old thing had divined the people around him, but now, not a single one of them was left. They were all dead. Squeak, squeak. The old weasel's eyes darted about, and he was so frightened that he couldn't stop screaming. He was very afraid of death and really didn't want to be killed like this. However, he also had a premonition that things didn't bode well for him. Look at your shifty-eyed face. You're definitely not a good thing. Why are your eyeballs darting around? With a paw sound, Chu Feng slapped the weasel's head. Of course, he didn't use any force, or else he would still die even if he had 10 lives. Chu Feng, Immortal Chu, you're truly a heaven-warping genius. You rose to prominence in a single year and moved unhindered onto the heavens. There are no longer any opponents. You can be said to be the strongest genius in the history of evolution. You've surpassed the gods and are comparable to the heavenly venerables when they were young. No, you've similarly surpassed. Chu Feng was speechless. This old weasel was too greedy for life and afraid of death. He hadn't even used any torture, yet this fellow was already kneeling and spouting nonsense. Shut up, you'll answer whatever I ask. First of all, will the apex martial saint and the other heavenly venerables come? All right, the strongest genius in the history of evolution. I'll answer whatever you ask. The old weasel was very cooperative. Moments later, Chu Feng obtained a lot of information he wanted to know. The only regret was that he couldn't interrogate the old weasel's divination chapter. The related soul regions had been restricted by the ancestor. There was an even older weasel. Chu Feng revealed a strange expression. He felt that this lineage was extraordinary. Slap. In the end, Chu Feng ended its life with a slap. He watched as it spoke good things endlessly, but its heart was filled with resentment when he searched the soul light. It wanted to find someone to get rid of Chu Feng in the future. Although it wanted to conceal the emotions in the soul light, Chu Feng was too strong. It couldn't conceal it at all, so it was killed. In addition, if it wasn't for it, the positions of the people around Chu Feng wouldn't have been deduced. And you? Chu Feng fixed his eyes on another divine teacher. He picked him up like he was grabbing a little chick. There wasn't anything to be said. He gave him a beating first before saying anything else. Next, he began to interrogate. In the end, he saw the resentment in this old divine teacher's soul light boiling. He had nothing to say and kicked him to death. The whole ship was silent. Everyone was completely annihilated by Chu Feng. The people of the past, the relatives and friends who left behind too many touching and amusing words in my life. I'm collecting debts for all of you. I'm slaughtering the gods here. Chu Feng said softly. He had held back a lot of words in his heart, and they rushed out along with the depressed air. From then on, he began to harvest gods and take revenge for his relatives and friends. At the same time, his harvest this time wasn't small. He killed 11 gods and pieced together the method to activate the celestial venerables' decree from their soul light. This thing was a double-edged sword. If used well, he might be able to suddenly kill a great enemy in the Yang realm, but if he didn't do it well, the other party would control it and seize it back. It'd be disastrous for him. Fortunately, he had the stone box now. He placed the decree in the box and isolated it from the gods in the outside world. No one could activate it, so it was equivalent to sealing it first. Whoosh! Chu Feng entered the space of the stone box and drove it away at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the boundless sea of chaos. After a short while, even though there were law fragments on the big brass ship, after losing the protection of the celestial venerable's decree, it couldn't resist the corrosion of various orders in the primal chaos. In the end, it disintegrated and turned into fine powder with a loud bang. When the matter was done, Chu Feng left the scene of the incident and entered the dilapidated primal chaos again. The gods on the ship were all dead, and their subordinates were also completely annihilated. No one knew what happened here. The Taiwu descendant has come? I could just borrow their heads and use the celestial venerable's bloodline to comfort my relatives and friends in the underworld. Chu Feng said to himself, in this dilapidated universe, no matter if it was a god or a divine king, they were all his targets, let alone the Tai Wu descendant. He had to hunt them to the end. At the same time, he also began to scout. It was time to enter the Yang realm. He had to kill all the gods and sneak over. Chapter 983. Bang! The void exploded and a cracked black hole was left in its place. Chu Feng fled into the primal chaos. His speed was too fast and surpassed the limit. That was because he was about to cross the tribulation. He was afraid that the commotion would be too big and attract the attention of others. This time, he slaughtered 11 gods and smelted a lot of divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter. After accumulating to a certain level, he would have to accept the baptism of lightning again. The chaos was full of danger. He relied on the stone box at his side to find a safe area and withstood the attack of the divine level lightning without mishap. When he walked into the dilapidated universe again, his essence, energy, and spirit became more and more condensed. Terrifying energy lay dormant in his body. He was really close to becoming a divine king. If he had the fortune, he could comprehend it and become a divine king on the spot. He could clearly feel that he had evolved again. His body's various vitality values had increased. If a battle really broke out, he could show disdain to all gods and look down on the divine generals everywhere. On a dried-up planet, Chu Feng descended and released 12 snow-white little animals. These were the fruit life forms he had plucked from that strange tree in the primal chaos. They were all divine beasts. After experiencing the nourishment and growth of endless years, the divine medicine gained intelligence and bore fruit. In the end, they transformed into animals. The 12 snow-white fist-sized little beasts were very pure, like a piece of pure white paper waiting to be dyed by ink. There were only laws and order in their minds, as if they were a projection of the Tao in the mortal world. Chu Feng separated 12 wisps of soul light and entered their bodies to teach them and transmit his various thoughts. This was simply taking advantage of the right time and place and directly becoming their relatives. I'm your teacher. This kind of teaching was directly projected in their soul light. If it was other living creatures, they definitely wouldn't accept it because it was very likely that they would be completely controlled by someone and become a puppet incarnation. The 12 living creatures were ignorant and didn't understand what was going on. However, Chu Feng didn't have the intention of controlling them. In the shortest time possible, he left behind too many things and instilled many of his thoughts. In reality, this was equivalent to directly helping them shape their worldview. They weren't Chu Feng's incarnations, but they were very similar to him and were incomparably close to him. You guys go and investigate everywhere. Chu Feng spoke up. These were 12 gods. It would be a waste not to use them. He hadn't withdrawn those soul lights yet. He followed them on their journey and entered the sea of stars together to investigate everything related to the Yang realm. The little silver dog barked, its appearance charmingly naive. However, if it truly became a deity, it was enough to slaughter a great sect that had existed for tens to millions of years. The snow-white little lion looked rather mighty as it soared into the sky. The pure white and flawless crow, or perhaps it could be called a snow crow, cawed and cawed, causing the souls of gods to lose their way and rush into the depths of the universe. Chu Feng quietly waited for news and was ready to attack at any time. It wasn't long before he received all sorts of feedback, and he was fully aware of the various deployments of the mortal realm. The various sects of the Yang realm and some ancient clans sent emissaries over, and they weren't limited to the Taiwu, Hunyi, and Yuanshi lineages. These evolutionary sects in the Yang realm were all choosing seeds from the Yin realm and opening up a ruin. There was a natural trial ground there, and those who passed the trial after undergoing tempering could enter the Yang realm and become a disciple of a celestial venerable. The best among them could even ascend to the Yang realm with their clan. This was a major event. In addition, The deities from the Yang realm that had descended into the dilapidated universe were brewing. Before they left, they wanted to cut off all means of retreat and organize their last strength to explore the Smalline realm. They wouldn't give up, even if they had just sent out a ship full of deities. However, this wasn't their final determination. If there were no results, the remaining deities would also risk their lives and set off to the Yin realm together. Even the divine king in charge would have to make a move. I'm looking forward to it. Chu Feng revealed a smile. If this batch of people entered the primal chaos, he would definitely intercept and kill them all. This way, it would be equivalent to burying all the deities. Perhaps it could be considered the dusk of the deities. Chu Feng moved and rushed toward the so-called ruin, which was also the natural trial ground. He wanted to get to the bottom of it first. After intercepting and killing the second batch of deities, he still wanted to mix in a legal identity and enter the Yang realm. If it wasn't for the strangeness of the passageway between the two realms and the experts from the Yang realm keeping watch, he really wanted to kill his way over immediately. Yulan Ancient Land, a floating continent in the dilapidated universe, floated at the edge of the universe and reached the primal chaos. Of course, this area was adjacent to the primal chaos of the Yang realm. It was in the opposite direction of the primal chaos that led to the Yin realm, separated by the entire dilapidated universe. Chu Feng had arrived. Through this place, he could enter the trial ground and also enter the Yang realm. Normally, there were natives here, but not many. It definitely wasn't as lively as it was now. Recently, there were too many evolvers who wanted to leap over the Dragon's Gate and enter the Yang realm. The people from the top races in the dilapidated universe had arrived long ago and had been waiting for many days. For example, the people from the banished Immortal Cave, Amitabha Temple, Deity Palace, and Origin Demon Palace were inextricably linked to the Yang realm. In addition, there was the Wei family, Lu family, and the others. These clans weren't originally the top, but now, because their ancestors came from the Yang realm, they were found by the emissaries. Because the ancestors of the Yang realm were too powerful, the Wei family, Lu family, and the others had established immortal dynasties and benefited from this. The emissaries promised that even if they couldn't pass the trial, they would still bring a portion of them into the Yang realm. In addition, there were various seeded contestants and people from other powerful evolutionary sects who had rushed over. Many people from the Yang realm were also brought over and had the opportunity to participate in the final trial. Naturally, there were many people among them who had to pass the road of life and death first. Only by passing that trial would they have the opportunity to participate in the final trial with the Wei family, Lu family, Banished Immortal Cave, Amitabha Temple, and the others. Chu Feng was looking for the descendants of the extreme, martial, heavenly venerable. Not only did he want to see the trial ground here, but he also heard that the extreme martial bloodline was here. He had come especially for him. In addition, he also tried to find some old friends because he felt that some of his old friends from the Yang realm had been captured. This continent couldn't be considered small. It was larger than an ordinary planet and floated at the edge of the universe. It couldn't become a planet, but it could still exist very well. Although the spiritual qi here was very dense, the vegetation was a little sparse and the natural environment was somewhat vile. As far as the eye could see, sparse ancient trees were accompanied by large patches of rubble, and there were also swamps with order ruins. This was a prehistoric ruin filled with danger and uncertainty. Many areas were accompanied by wisps of primal chaos qi and all kinds of demonic law fragments. This was also the reason why it wasn't easy for plants to grow here. Even evolvers felt that the conditions here were difficult. The ground was cold and hard with reddish-brown rocks everywhere. It was as if it had been soaked in blood hundreds of millions of years ago. In reality, many people had researched before and found that this was indeed an ancient land dyed red by blood. This made everyone overwhelmed with shock. Just what kind of existence was this? Even after millions and millions of years had passed, the blood-dyed earth still hadn't faded. A dozen or so unicorns ran past. They were all silvery white in color and carried a pure and holy radiance. The horns on their heads were even more sparkling and translucent as they sped away with a dozen or so young ladies on their backs. Which family's disciple is this? Someone asked in a low voice. A group of fairies from the quasi-sage race. They came from banished immortal cave and are now going to welcome a young genius from the Yang realm. Someone replied and told them not to say too much and to just watch. Chu Feng watched quietly. Not long after, he discovered that the so-called young genius from the Yang realm wasn't a descendant of the extreme, martial heavenly venerable. This made him rather disappointed. Soon after, people from the Origin demonic palace also came. There was a group of young men and women who also went to welcome a genius from the Yang realm. Before entering the Yang realm, all the races were actively establishing good relations with the people from the Yang realm. So much so that Chu Feng saw Yuan Shicheng among the young people from the Origin demonic palace. As expected, this old friend hadn't died and had joined the main family in the dilapidated universe. Yuan Shicheng was the crown prince of the Origin demonic race from the Yin realm, and there was an Origin demonic palace in the dilapidated universe. They were originally from the same race. Fairy Fei Ling is here. Suddenly, there was a huge commotion in front of them. A multicolored rain of light sprinkled down as a young lady with dense yang qi walked through the air. She attracted the attention of everyone, and many people went to welcome her. This was a genius woman from the Yang realm. She was extremely popular and attracted the attention of all the races in the dilapidated universe. They were all very polite to her, and many young men revealed looks of admiration. However, there were also people who were puzzled. The final trial ground was about to open, and it actually attracted some geniuses from the Yang realm. This made some of the famous figures in the dilapidated universe feel strange. Some people guessed that this place was no small matter, and that there was a fortune that even the people of the Yang realm coveted. It was at this time that a few Qilins appeared at the end of the horizon. Their silver scales were snow white and sacred. They emitted a sparkling luster and were untainted by dust and dirt. This caused a huge commotion. Was this a divine beast? As it approached, people saw that it was only pulling a chariot. Fortunately, people could see clearly that it was only a quasi-divine beast and not a true divine beast. It was a sub-Qilin, and its bloodline hadn't evolved to the realm of a true Qilin. Even so, it still caused an uproar. Who was this person pulling a chariot with several sub-Qilins? A snow-white chariot flickered with a dreamy brilliance. There was a young man sitting quietly on the chariot. He was very handsome and could be said to be as handsome as jade. He had a smile on his face like a young god. He emitted a hazy white light and was auspicious and holy. He gave people a very amiable feeling and made them feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The descendant of the great martial deity has arrived, someone from the Yang realm whispered. This area immediately couldn't calm down. Many people rushed forward. The descendant of the great martial deity had personally arrived, so those who hoped to be on good terms with the geniuses of the Yang realm naturally wanted to go forward. But in the end, the chariot didn't stop and continued forward. The descendant of the great martial deity smiled and waved his hand. He was bright and resplendent like the sun, a jade-like man, as expected of a genius with the blood of the great martial deity flowing in his body. Someone sighed. There are also many young women screaming in excitement. Relatively speaking, the Yang realm didn't wantonly massacre the planets in this cosmos. Many people only took action once when they fought for the position of war god. Therefore, their reputation in this cosmos wasn't too bad. A reprimand came from the distance. Go away, you handicapped person. What are you doing here instead of staying in the refugee camp? Someone waved his hand and sent a one-armed man sitting on the side of the road flying. His mouth was full of bloody foam as he crashed into a prehistoric ruin on the side of the road. Chu Feng's pupils shrank. Although he was far away, he could clearly see that the man was Fu Huang from the Yin realm. This was once a young genius who had even gone to the Eastern Sea on Earth and fought with Yuan Mo. Chu Feng had once joked that his name was ominous. Fu Huang, the word Huang is too bold, and you embellished it with the word Fu. It's obvious that you can't control it. Something big will happen to you, and it'll be difficult for you to have a good end. Chu Feng still remembered some of the words he used to tease him. He didn't expect to see this person in such a miserable state when they met again. Runes flickered on his broken arm, and his flesh had been corroded. He had suffered serious injuries. At the same time, Chu Feng was very surprised. What was going on with this so-called refugee camp? Then he went forward and walked a long distance. He understood the situation along the way. There were many people from the Yin realm there. Their situation wasn't optimistic, and the people of the Yang realm didn't like them. Not long after, he found Yuan Mo covered in blood. He also found Ziluan in the so-called refugee camp, who was being berated by the people of the Yang realm and shivering. A divine glint flashed in the depths of Chu Feng's eyes. Yuan Mo had once been subdued and was willing to follow him. Ziluan, on the other hand, wanted to escape at first, but she was later afraid of him. However, she couldn't bear to leave and was very dependent on him. She would often twist her small waist and use the tiger's might to teach others a lesson. These two were actually in such a miserable state. He then looked at the geniuses from the Yang realm in the distance. They were divine and flawless, especially the descendants of the Taiwu realm. They were pulled by quasi-divine beasts and were very ostentatious. Yuan Mo and Ziluan were confined to the so-called refugee camp and were being berated like this. Chu Feng's gaze was faint as he walked forward. Chapter 984. Yuan Mo clenched his teeth and suppressed his anger. He felt extremely humiliated, but he was injured and some of his bones were broken. He had been seriously injured by the people of the Yang realm, so he would only be humiliated if he went up now. "Let's go," he called out to Ziluan. Ziluan was usually lively and tsundere, but now she was dispirited and her large eyes were dim. Her body was trembling slightly after being berated. She was somewhat afraid. Without a doubt, the people of the Yang realm were extremely unfriendly to them. Even one of her arms was broken and she couldn't lift it up. Moreover, it looked like she had been injured not long ago. The two lowered their heads and walked toward the so-called refugee camp. "You really don't know the rules. Don't you know your own status?" The person from the Yang realm shot them a glance and then stared at Ziluan's beautiful back with a burning gaze. Yuan Mo and Ziluan were once related to Chu Feng. The higher-ups demanded that these two stay behind and not attack. Otherwise, it was reckoned that Yuan Mo would die and Ziluan wouldn't have a good ending either. The descendants of the great martial deity rode on the Qilin chariot. Their snow-white robes fluttered in the wind and emitted a holy radiance. They had already passed, leaving behind cries of alarm. The contrast between before and after was too great. Chu Feng saw all of this and wanted to attack immediately. However, he didn't want to involve Yuan Mo and Ziluan for the time being. It didn't matter to him, as he could kill or escape. But if possible, he still wanted to send the two into a suitable sect in the Yang realm. "I'm starting to miss Demon King Chu. Sigh, I really want to see him beat that person up and smash that hateful face of his. I wonder how Chu Feng is doing and where he is," Ziluan whispered. Her nose was slightly sour. Chu Feng followed step by step and looked for an opportunity. His gaze gradually turned cold until they had left the so-called refugee camp area. "Get out of the way. The emissary with the blood of a deity has arrived. What are you surrounding him for? Get out of the way." The person from the Yang realm in charge of clearing the way shouted. It was still the same person from before. When the deities and young disciples of the Yang realm came over, they were accompanied by people like them. They were responsible for leading the way and clearing the way. He didn't have a good attitude towards the evolvers of the broken universe, but it was better than facing the people of the underworld in the refugee camps. At this moment, Chu Feng walked over and shouted at that person. "What are you barking for? Ever since you people from the Yang realm came, you've been bossy and bossy. It's fine if you look down on people from the Yang realm, but you're also looking down on evolvers from the chaotic universe. What happened to treating everyone equally? What did you say?" The man's face immediately darkened as he turned around. This was a group that was in charge of receiving the envoys and geniuses from various places. Right now, quite a few people were turning around to look. Don't you understand human language? Which clan are you from? You're from the Tiango clan, right? Even though Chu Feng had just arrived at the primal chaos universe, he had long ago learned this universe's language very fluently by relying on his powerful soul light. On the other side, when the person from a Yang realm heard this, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although he was very high profile and his words were very disrespectful, he still felt that he was being targeted and challenged when someone shouted at him in public. "Are you courting death?" He was sinister. However, someone at the side pulled him back. He was afraid that things would blow up and arouse public anger. We've always attached importance to geniuses. For example, the strongest descendants of the banished Immortal Cave, Amitabha Temple, and Origin Demon Palace are all treated with solemn respect and enjoy the treatment of geniuses from the Yang realm. And that person who was pulled back had a sunken face again as he stared at Chu Feng and said, "As for people like you, if you're jealous and want to stir up trouble, you should first weigh your own weight. Otherwise, you might as well just go to the refugee camp and be done with it." You guys are pretty good at changing the topic. What I'm talking about is a common phenomenon. You guys are very arrogant and have humiliated the majority of evolvers from our chaotic universe. Chu Feng had an unconvinced look. After that, he deliberately put on an arrogant and frivolous attitude and said, "What's so great about people from the Yang realm? I can fight 10 of you alone." Immediately, the surroundings went into an uproar. The eyes of the evolvers in the dilapidated universe flickered. Some people were watching the show with a smile and had an indifferent attitude. There were also people who were disdainful and felt that he didn't know the difference between life and death. There were also people who were a little excited because they similarly felt uncomfortable with the words and actions of the people from the Yang realm and hoped that they could teach them a lesson. I'm guessing that your sect must be very afraid right now and is thinking of how to grovel and beg for forgiveness from me. Brat, you're still inexperienced. Haha, don't cause the death of your sect, idiot. That person from the Yang realm smiled faintly, but it was a little cold and he had a look of contempt on his face. What are you pretending to be? This young master can fight 10 of you alone and you're still talking about my sect? I only have one senior brother. If he was here with his violent temper, he would have long since slapped you to death. Scum, get over here. This young master doesn't believe in heresy. I'll teach you how to be a person with one hand. Chu Feng let loose a lot of nonsense. Of course, his current appearance had long since changed greatly, so others couldn't recognize him. The people in the surroundings were stunned. There was a lot of noise here, and many evolvers were speechless. This was really a hothead. He actually wanted to fight to the death with the people from the Yang realm. On the other side, Wang Juanqing's face was ashen. This was the first time he met someone who dared to call him scum after coming to this universe. Even that thorny Yuan Mo was only unconvinced and used action to resist. He wouldn't be so blunt and crude, but this youth actually dared to look down on him so openly. "Get over here," he roared. He came from the extreme martial sect and was considered an outer mountain disciple. He was in charge of reception and so on. Those who could enter a sect founded by a celestial venerable weren't ordinary people. He thought highly of himself here and was looked down upon by the people of this universe. Moreover, he was insulted in front of the descendants of the great martial celestial venerable. This made the veins on his forehead pop. In the distance, Fairy Fei Ling and the other young envoys from the various sects from the Yang realm hadn't gone far yet. They all turned their heads and paid attention to this side. Do you know what to say? If you want to get lost, then get lost. Come over here. I'm sure you're from the heavenly dog race. Your mouth is full of dog blood and you want to mock me. Chu Feng looked like he deserved a beating. He straightened his neck and slanted his eyes. He looked at him disdainfully and put on an extremely disdainful and contemptuous attitude. Bang! Wang Junsheng felt as if the blood in his body was about to explode. His hair stood on end and his eyes were like lightning. He rushed over in large strides and wished he could slap Chu Feng to death. Wait a moment. I want to have a fair battle with you, shouted Chu Feng. You're courting death. Why are you still wasting time? Wang Junsheng said sinisterly. He was very tall and well-built. His skin was bronze, and his arms were very long. He looked like a baboon. Chu Feng shouted and said, "Nonsense, I'm a genius. I've cultivated to the level of a quasi-saint at a young age. I reckon you've only reached the saint level after suffering for a few hundred years. Do you dare to have a battle with me at the same level?" Wang Junsheng felt as if he had eaten a dead mouse. He wasn't weak and was a saint from the Yang realm, so he was naturally no small matter. Moreover, he didn't become a saint after cultivating for a few hundred years. Although it couldn't be considered godlike, it wasn't slow either. "Old Wang, get on that arena that restricts realms and have a fair battle with him," someone shouted. The people from the Yang realm couldn't stand it anymore. They had to establish their might and take down this thorn. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous. There was an arena not far away. It was used to select geniuses and could also be freely challenged. It was cast from a special reddish-brown rock. It was said to be a special stone material dug out from the primal chaos. It was sturdy and immortal, and even the Illuminator couldn't damage it. "Are you sure that you're standing on this arena because you've been sealed and you want to have a fair battle with me? You're not planning to cheat, are you?" Chu Feng was suspicious. He was already standing on this arena, looking at the bronze-skinned, strong, and ape-like Wang Junsheng opposite him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Junsheng was furious and wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. "I'm afraid you'll be shameless and use your saint energy to blast me to death. Why don't I find someone to confirm it?" Chu Feng dilly-dallied, and many people were speechless. "Are you done?" Wang Junsheng wanted to beat him to death, but was forcefully restraining himself. "If I accidentally kill you, I won't have to take responsibility, right?" Chu Feng asked. Many people below the arena looked at each other speechlessly. This person was too overconfident, wasn't he? "Go to hell." Wang Junsheng couldn't take it anymore and immediately pounced over. His bronze-colored palm was like a millstone and was full of runes that drew a mysterious trajectory. However, Chu Feng jumped off the arena and ran away just like that. Everyone was speechless. What was the meaning of this? "Wait a minute. I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already trying to kill me. Do you have a guilty conscience?" Chu Feng shouted from afar. Finally, a few legendary figures from the chaotic universe appeared and guaranteed that the battle would be fair and there would be no problem. Chu Feng jumped onto the arena again and said, "One last question. If I accidentally blast you into dregs, I won't have to take responsibility. After all, you were dregs to begin with. What I want to ask is, can I still challenge the descendants of Fairy Fei Ling and the great martial heavenly lord?" The group of people was dumbfounded. This person was too confident. What kind of situation was this? He dared to taunt and provoke like this. It was a little blind and arrogant. Chu Feng dared to do this because he had the strength and confidence. It didn't matter if he was exposed. He would just kill him. As for now, he would legally kill him and beat him to his heart's content. Wang Junsheng's body was trembling. This was going too far. He, a saint from the Yang realm, was actually being bullied by someone from this universe. It was too embarrassing. He directly rushed forward. "If you have the ability, then deal with me. You don't have to be responsible for my life or death. You can also challenge the descendants of Fairy Fei Ling and the great martial heavenly lord." Then, people discovered that Chu Feng was trembling in an exaggerated manner. "I'm so excited. I can't wait. I really want to catch a few descendants of heavenly venerables to play with." The group of people was dumbfounded and speechless. Of course, there were some people who wanted to remind him. How could he use head as a unit of measurement? After the people from the Yang realm reacted, they really wanted to berate him. Play F*CKU. Chapter 985. Get your ass over here. Wang Junsheng took a step forward like a big monkey. His speed was too fast, and his expression was sinister. His bronze-colored skin was glowing as he stretched out a palm the size of a cattail leaf fan. Divine runes curled around it as he grabbed at Chu Feng. He had been ridiculed, and the only thing missing was having his nose stepped on and spit on. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Chu Feng to death. "Wait," Chu Feng called out. "You haven't asked for my name yet." Wang Junsheng paused halfway but after hearing the latter half of his words, he wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. He felt that this person was too talkative and wanted to infuriate him to death. Who cares about your name? His palm became increasingly translucent, and his energy aura was oppressive as he grabbed at Chu Feng's neck. This was the result of extreme hatred, and he wanted to directly pull him over. Bang! However, the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. Chu Feng casually pulled and blocked his hand to the side. Then, his eyes widened in anger as he saw a hand enlarging and closing in on him. It was too fast and didn't give him time to react. It had grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. You! He was stunned and incomparably shocked. The native he wanted to grab had actually turned around and grabbed him by the neck like a little chick. You what you? With a bang, Chu Feng ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. However, he didn't use any force. If he could smash the other to death in one move, it would probably scare everyone away. Wang Juanqing's eyes rolled back. He felt that all the bones in his body were about to break, and the pain was unbearable. However, he reacted quickly and flew away while sticking close to the ground. What an exquisite move. This is the sky pilfering sun shifting hand. It's used to the peak. Someone below the stage shouted in admiration. Junsheng used the primordial barbarian dragon force to strangle him. Someone pointed at Wang Junsheng and shouted. Yes, Wang Junsheng nodded. He realized that the other party's move was exquisite, but his energy aura was insufficient. If he was strong enough, he would have broken his neck just now or smashed him to pieces. He felt that the other party couldn't move him and had already used all his strength just now. Boom! In a split second, beams of energy shot out from Wang Juanqing's body. They were like golden flood dragons swimming around, spiraling and dancing in the air, filled with tyrannical energy. Now, every part of his body was equivalent to a weapon, and every part of his body could be used to attack. He charged forward, clashing head-on with Chu Feng, wanting to crush him. Sure enough, Chu Feng was afraid. He kept dodging and didn't dare to fight him head-on. He was almost grazed by the dragon's energy several times. The scene was intense. Get over here. What are you running for? You want to fight me with just this? You're too weak. Die. Wang Junqing mocked. He finally felt that most of the resentment in his heart had been vented. After fighting for a while, Chu Feng revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not want to continue playing with this person. The reason why he did not immediately kill him was because he was afraid of scaring away the descendants of Fairy Fei Ling and the Supreme Martial Lord. Bang! When Wang Junsheng rushed over again, he directly grabbed one of his arms and lifted him into the air. To be exact, he grabbed him and swung him into the air. Smack! Then, he was smashed onto the ground by Chu Feng. This time was different from the previous time. Wang Junsheng screamed miserably because his bones were broken and his tendons were severed. He was bleeding from all 7 apertures. Not to mention his physical body, even his soul light was close to scattering. Then, he was lifted up by one of Chu Feng's arms and started to be smashed again. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled. The rocks on the arena were very hard and came from the primal chaos. They were undamaged from beginning to end, but blood was already splattering everywhere. Wang Junsheng was in a terrible state. In an instant, he was almost rotting. He was smashed by Chu Feng until he almost became a broken doll. Everyone was petrified. This was actually the result. Many people thought that it should be the other way around, but the truth was right in front of their eyes. Wang Junsheng was a scarecrow that was swung around by Chu Feng and smashed everywhere. Oh no, Wang Junsheng has been smashed by someone. He's about to die. The people from the Yang realm shouted in a low voice and called out to their companions. They did not care at first, and some people in the distance did not pay much attention. In the end, it became like this. Fairy, Wang Junsheng actually lost. In the distance, a maid reported to Fairy Fei Ling beside a carriage. Only then did this young emissary from the Yang realm raise her head and look at the arena. Many of the evolvers in the dilapidated universe were tongue-tied and scratched their heads. Wang Junsheng came forward aggressively, But in the end, he became a broken doll in someone else's hands just like that? Trash, you're too weak. You don't know that I drank the dragon sparrow's blood, right? You're born with divine strength, yet you still dare to brutally charge at me. My physical body is much tougher than yours. Chu Feng explained over there. In reality, he now had a divine general-level physical body and even reached the divine king level. This arena could not suppress him. He completely crushed his opponent. After gaining the upper hand, he had a preaching attitude. If Wang Junxing knew the truth, he would either be angered to death or scared half to death. Of course, Wang Junxing was definitely going to die from anger now. He was swung around and smashed, and he was even spat and ridiculed like this. This was really humiliating. Zilwan and Yuan Mo were looking over from afar. Out of consideration for their own safety, they didn't dare to approach and didn't walk out of the range of the refugee camp. Otherwise, they were worried that someone would kill them. Even though they were far away, they could vaguely see that Wang Junsheng, who was usually very hostile toward them and had broken many of Yuan Mo's bones, was actually being beaten up. Recently, one of Zilwan's arms had been fractured. Moreover, what made her most uneasy was that Wang Junxing usually looked at her with a somewhat scorching gaze. Now, she and Yuan Mo were pleasantly surprised. Wang Junxing was actually being beaten up. This was too unexpected and too satisfying. They really wanted to shout out in delight. That's great. I was just talking about how great it would be if Chu Feng appeared. In the end, there's someone who dares to teach Wang Junxing a lesson now. Well beaten, Zilwan murmured softly. It can't be him, right? Yuan Mo whispered and transmitted his voice to her through his divine spirit. That's impossible, right? Don't tell me. The spirits of the heavens, the spirits of the earth, my little fairy Zilwan's incantation has manifested and really summoned this hateful devil? Zilwan's large eyes rolled around. She was somewhat excited and also somewhat happy. However, she became suspicious and looked in the direction of the arena. That was because both she and Yuan Mo didn't think that Chu Feng could come over because it was difficult for him to cross the chaotic sea. Stop! The people from the Yang realm shouted. Some people rushed to the front of the arena and wanted to rush up to stop Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng also stopped because Wang Junxiang was smashed by him. Only a part of his body was left in his hand. Even the soul light had almost completely disappeared from the smash. It had long been broken into pieces. This time, he's truly become dregs. Chu Feng muttered to himself. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be so ruthless. At most, he would just kill them directly. But this person angered him and actually targeted the people around him like that. Even Zilwan's arm was fractured, let alone Yuan Mo whoosh. Another person went up to the arena. After seeing Wang Junxiang being crippled, he was instantly furious and challenged Chu Feng. In the end, after 80 moves, another saint from the Yang realm was smashed by Chu Feng and was smashed to the ground. A bunch of dolls. How boring. Chu Feng shook his head. If people knew his true cultivation, they would probably curse him for being too much of a bully. However, he was never tired of it. Since he could legally kill his enemy and beat them to his heart's content, why would he give up? Were these scenes of beatings real? Everyone was stunned. Chu Feng was looking down on the people of the Yang realm. He was too good at attracting hatred and didn't put them in his eyes at all. The group of people was furious, but they were no match for him. 5 people were smashed to pieces by Chu Feng on the arena. None of them could withstand the attacks of his tyrannical physique. Is there anyone else in the Yang realm? They can't all be so weak, right? How disappointing. You, Fairy Fei Ling, right? Come and spar with me. There's also the descendant of the great martial heavenly lord. Let's weigh each other. Chu Feng challenged in public. Boom. Instantly, the place was in an uproar. The spectators found it unbelievable. This person was too extraordinary. He actually knocked down a group of people and still wanted to challenge Fairy Fei Ling and the others. He could be said to be extremely daring. Miss, I'll go teach him a lesson. A maid beside Fairy Fei Ling whispered. She couldn't stand Chu Feng, so she twisted her graceful figure and went up to the arena like a fairy. She wore a long silver dress and was rather elegant and clean. However, her face was frosty. Someone had challenged Fairy Fei Ling, and it was someone from this universe. This made them feel that this person didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then the battle broke out. However, the result left everyone dumbfounded and speechless. This woman was very strong, surpassing those people just now. She was especially beautiful and as cold as ice. Even her attacks carried a chilly, immortal aura. However, it didn't take long before she began to cry out in pain. Her tears were about to flow, and her head was full of bumps. Chu Feng wasn't polite to her. He knocked her on her snow-white forehead, smashed a brick on the back of her head, and punched her in the face, causing her entire body to swell up. Horns grew on her head, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely miserable. It still doesn't work. Chu Feng shook his head. Then, he grabbed the woman, lifted her up, and smashed her. Immediately, the beautiful young girl in the eyes of many people let out a miserable cry. Stop! A few women beside Fairy Fei Ling cried out in alarm and rushed over. If this continued, the young girl who had gone up the stage earlier would also be smashed into pieces. This was not what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, they overestimated their strength. Not long after they went up the stage, they also began to cry out in pain. They were beaten up by Chu Feng and fled in disarray. They were originally beautiful and elegant, but now they were all swollen like pig heads, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Moreover, they had all been smashed by Chu Feng. If they didn't stop, they would soon become dregs. Fairy Fei Ling finally couldn't sit still anymore. Her personal maids were actually being smashed. It was too miserable. If she didn't go over, she could only collect the rotten dregs. She had a very good figure. She was slender and elegant with undulating curves. She could be said to be very sexy and moving, but her pretty face was very pure and holy, cold and elegant without a smile. Her beautiful hair was glossy and scattered on her chest and back. Her skin was snow-white and sparkling, exquisite and elastic. At this moment, she let out a light shout and told Chu Feng to stop. At the same time, a few young envoys also flew over. They were all distinguished guests from the quasi-mortal race, Origin Devil Palace, Heavenly Deity Palace, and Amitabha Temple. In addition, a snow-white pseudo-Qilin stepped on the void and pulled a silver chariot. It was also approaching this place. It was carrying the descendant of the great martial Heavenly Lord, who was dressed in flawless white clothes. Are you guys afraid and want to submit to me? Chu Feng opened his mouth. How big of a heart was this? To make the descendant of a Heavenly Lord submit, what was he thinking? Everyone felt that his nerves were too thick. Why aren't you guys saying anything? Chu Feng asked, seeing that they were all indifferent and silent. He shook his head and sighed. You actually all tacitly agreed. If you really want to submit to me, then the whole world of the Yang realm is trash. The onlookers were all speechless. How narcissistic was this? At the same time, Fairy Fei Ling was already grinding her teeth, and the genial smile on the face of the descendant of the great martial Heavenly Lord had stiffened. Chapter 986. Fairy Fei Ling couldn't bear it any longer. What did she see? Beneath Chu Feng's feet, her maids were twitching. They had been smashed into an unrecognizable state and were gasping for air. In addition, Chu Feng was still kicking sandbags as he spoke. Whoosh! Fairy Fei Ling leaped onto the arena and appeared in front of Chu Feng. She expressionlessly asked him to show mercy. It's not impossible to keep them alive, but what if you get caught by me? Chu Feng asked. In the eyes of others, this was a reckless act. How could she win and live to the death by going against the young emissary of the Yang realm? If you can beat me, I'll do whatever you say. Fairy Fei Ling was very straightforward. This stemmed from her confidence in her own strength. She wasn't an ordinary saint. Really, I'll do whatever I want. Chu Feng smiled, his eyes narrowing into crescents. Everyone felt that his eyes were bewitching. They were emitting blue light instead of green light, making the group of people completely convinced. What was this guy thinking? have you cultivated for 200 years? Chu Feng asked. In an instant, Fairy Fei Ling's face flushed red. She wasn't shy, but angry. Was she that old? Moreover, her talent was extraordinary, and she could be considered a young saint. In a place with such rich spiritual energy in the Yang realm, she still needed hundreds of years to become a saint? That was an insult to her. I've cultivated for more than 20 years, and now I've become a quasi-sage. Chu Feng pretended to be proud, bragging about himself and confusing their judgment. Becoming a quasi-sage in more than 20 years was considered fast, but in the Yang realm, it was only relatively fast. It couldn't be considered stunning at all. Therefore, the few people present all had reserved smiles on their faces. The atmosphere was a little cold. I'm really a genius. Chu Feng let out a long sigh and shook his head. In our universe, what are the so-called 9 minor saints? They became famous in advance because I never appeared. Are you done? If you are, let's fight. After Fairy Fei Ling ascended the stage, she was automatically suppressed to the level of a quasi-sage. Whoosh! She rushed over in the blink of an eye like a floating beam of light. She arrived in front of Chu Feng in the blink of an eye and raised her fair hand to behead him. This woman with a fiery and sexy figure, but her jade face was as cold as ice. Her attacks were swift and fierce, and she wanted to take someone's life. Wait a moment. Chu Feng shouted as he flew backwards. What else do you want? Fairy Fei Ling stopped there and stood in the air. She frowned in dissatisfaction. Chu Feng was very solemn as he solemnly informed. You still haven't asked for my name. Everyone, Fairy Fei Ling, are you famous? Everyone really wanted to ask him this. What was wrong with him? Asking others to ask for his name before the battle with Wang Juncheng. In the end, Wang Juncheng ignored him. Of course, the outcome was indeed tragic. Fairy Fei Ling was also quite stunned and speechless. Her slender body was sparkling and translucent, and her cold and elegant temperament was outstanding. With a cold expression, she said, "Not interested." Her talent was extraordinary, and she originally wanted to suppress this young man. She didn't want to know his name at all. Chu Feng frowned and asked, "Why aren't you interested? I'm about to become famous throughout the world, and don't you want to know the name of the genius who defeated your group of people in advance?" This narcissistic guy was so arrogant. Everyone's faces twitched. They hadn't even fought yet, but he had already announced that he was the victor. Black lines appeared on Fairy Fei Ling's forehead. She couldn't bear it anymore. In order to fight as soon as possible, she said coldly, "Your name?" Moreover, she immediately attacked. She didn't want to waste any more time with him. "I am Yi Hao." Chu Feng was in high spirits and looked confident. At the same time, he was very proud, giving people the illusion that this name was amazing and earth-shattering. Everyone, Fairy Fei Ling. Never heard of it at all. Fairy Fei Ling's dress fluttered as she crossed the void in the air. Her figure was slender and beautiful, and her cold and elegant temperament was otherworldly. She was like a moon fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. She directly launched a heavy attack. Divine runes shot out from her palm like rainbows. This was a kind of divine skill called the Flowing Light Seal. It was dazzling and had tremendous power. If not for the arena being sturdy and having a defensive light screen, the surrounding people might have been affected. "Come, let's fight to the death," Chu Feng shouted. With a shake of his hand, a dense expanse of crystals flew out and sealed off the void, covering Fairy Fei Ling there. The violet heavenly thunder crystal was at the sage level, so he didn't care at all. He threw out a large handful and bombarded this fairy from the Yang realm. These were all brought back from the foreign realm. Chu Feng went to the Vicious Beast Plateau's god's lair to confiscate their possessions. He didn't find any supreme treasures, but there were quite a few of these things. "Ouch, I'll poke." Many people cried out in alarm. Why did they feel that this guy was too shameless? It was just the beginning, yet he already used the violet heavenly thunder crystal to attack, and didn't make a move himself. What happened to the decisive battle? Whoosh! Chu Feng immediately retreated and hid in a corner. Then, he raised an extra-large silver shield and used it to block in front of him. It was a top-notch sage weapon that protected him. On the arena, Fairy Fei Ling screamed. Even if her innate talent was outstanding, her evolution level was very high, and her strength was extraordinary. She still felt dizzy now. Even she was afraid of a large handful of violet heavenly thunder crystals burning and exploding. The energy contained in each violet heavenly thunder crystal was equivalent to a sage's attack. This was equivalent to a group of sages besieging her. Boom! Heavenly lightning exploded and radiance flickered on the arena. The energy was boundless. This place suppressed people, but it didn't suppress energy weapons like the violet heavenly thunder crystal. Bang! Her fingers shone as she put on a pair of sparkling and translucent gloves. They were definitely rare treasures, as they shattered a few violet heavenly thunder crystals and blasted them away, exploding in the distance. The arena couldn't be considered small, but there was still terrifying energy wreaking havoc here and boiling. The other violet heavenly thunder crystals also exploded at this moment. This was simply catastrophic. A chain reaction occurred, and intense explosions rang out incessantly as energy surged. Fairy Fei Ling's entire body shone. She was wearing treasures from head to toe, from earrings to dress. She looked beautiful, but they were all the masterpieces of a weapon refinement grandmaster. However, in the end, it was only a sage treasure robe. After suffering such a fierce attack, it still couldn't withstand it. It was impossible for it to completely protect her. The long dress on her body exploded in many places, and there were fine cracks on her inner armor. She took out many flying swords, as well as golden seals, 5 dragon pillars, bronze holy cauldrons, and other secret treasures. However, in the end, some of the weapons dimmed and even cracked. In the distance, Chu Feng was also affected. In an instant, he changed his sage shield twice. At the same time, he grabbed a handful of violet heavenly thunder crystals and threw them over. Fairy Fei Ling was about to go crazy. She had just seen hope and was about to make it through. She never expected that the scoundrel-like youth was too wretched and threw out another bunch. How could there be so many? The others were also dumbfounded. At this critical moment, this was simply unsolvable. Bang! The battle dress on Fairy Fei Ling's body completely exploded, and a portion of her tight inner armor was also destroyed, revealing a large area of snow-white and delicate skin. It was beautiful and lustrous. Now, she began to directly withstand the lightning strikes. Without much defense, she was being baptized by the lightning. This was much more powerful than the heavenly tribulation. A single violet heavenly thunder crystal contained too much lightning. It was densely packed and was the product of the accumulation of lightning energy. Therefore, so many violet heavenly thunder crystals appeared densely and exploded. It was simply destructive, despicable, shameless. Fairy Fei Ling screamed in anger. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She had been drowned from the very beginning. All of this happened in a split second, and there was no time to escape. When she tried her best to block the first wave, the second wave of violet heavenly thunder rain arrived. Therefore, she was very unfortunate and tragic. All sorts of secret treasures on her body kept exploding. Shield after shield, flying sword after flying sword, all of them were shattered. Even her beloved golden seal was cracked and sent flying to the side. In the end, she screamed in embarrassment and fear as she was drowned in lightning and bombarded by thunder. When the lightning stopped, the place became quiet. The ground was charred black, and the remains of weapons were everywhere. It had to be said that the arena made of stone brought out from the primal chaos was really sturdy and undamaged. Fairy Fei Ling couldn't move anymore. Her entire body was char-black as she lay there. How could there be any immortal chi left? From time to time, lightning would emerge from her body as she twitched slightly. Everyone was tongue-tied and extremely shocked. Was this still that otherworldly and cold fairy from before? These were two extremes. In the corner of the grand arena, Chu Feng threw down a cracked shield and stood up. In just a moment, he had changed 4 shields. This was because he had hidden far enough and wasn't in the center of the lightning. How heartbreaking. Chu Feng sighed. Hypocrite. Are you worthy of saying that you feel sorry for Fei Ling? You've already injured her to such a state. Below the arena, a female saint from the Yang realm reprimanded. Immediately, a group of people responded, wanting to rush up and kill him. Chu Feng looked at them with a stunned expression and said, "What are you guys thinking? I'm feeling sorry for these 4 shields. They're all my sacred artifacts. It's a pity to destroy them." Everyone, #Yin**, especially the people from the Yang realm, they were infuriated. They really wanted to chop him up. He was too hateful. Some people were about to rush up to the arena, including Fairy Fei Ling's best friend. Even the descendants of the great martial lord emitted a holy radiance that illuminated the surroundings and were about to ascend the arena. Chu Feng rushed over with a whoosh, pulled out a spirit-binding rope, and directly tied Fairy Fei Ling up. He said, "She's mine." She said it herself. "Once she loses, I can do whatever I want." Fairy Fei Ling just happened to wake up and open her eyes. After hearing these words, she groaned and her vision turned black. She was so angry that she fainted again. "I'll do it! I'll do it!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Some people rushed up to the arena, wanting to settle accounts with Chu Feng. "I'm not afraid of you. Come at me together." Chu Feng was fearless. At the same time, he cast a sidelong glance at them and said, "Of course, I'll say this in advance. After I defeat you, you'll all be mine." A group of people wanted to beat him until he exploded. It was too shameful and hateful. "All of you, step back and let me do it." The descendants of the great martial lord took a step into the air and approached. Holy radiance filled the air, incomparably resplendent and dazzling. Chapter 987. Hong Xian, the descendant of the great martial heavenly lord, couldn't hold it in any longer. He ascended the arena, and his silver battle robe shone with a holy divine splendor. Even his hair was sparkling, and his temperament was extraordinary. Even if some people stood in the vast sea of people, they would still seem different and could be seen at a glance. Hong Xian was like this. His entire body emitted a misty white radiance like a young god. His footsteps were very light, and even his shoes and socks were white. The white light outside his body pulsed like a divine flame, but also like a great sun enveloping him, making him seem even more transcendent, holy, and powerful. A genius of the Yang realm with the blood of a heavenly lord flowing in his body. Once such a person appears, people of the same realm in our universe can forget about it. Even 10 of them can't beat one of his hands. An evolver from the dilapidated universe side. It was rare that no one objected, and they all agreed. Of course, people also set up a precondition that Hong Xian wouldn't be covered by Chu Feng's violet heavenly thunder crystals. Hong Xian walked over, and it was as if he could suppress this small world by himself, suppressing the other young geniuses from the Yang realm to the point that they were dim. The formless aura intimidated all directions, making people revere him. He was transcendent, and he had a firm belief that he was peerless and could look down on this universe. "Do you agree or not?" Chu Feng asked again. Before Hong Xian could speak, the people behind him couldn't take it anymore. They came from the Yang realm, and they were all extraordinary people. Yet, they were actually made such an unreasonable request. However, Hong Xian said calmly, "Sure, as long as you win, you can do whatever you want of me, and I'll listen to your orders." Chu Feng nodded and said, "I hope you keep your word. It seems like this crying monster in my hand isn't willing to accept the reality of defeat. I reckon she won't cooperate, so I might as well fall to her death." He lifted Fairy Fei Ling and weighed her in his hand. He really wanted to fall to the ground. Everyone was speechless. This person was too cruel. That was a beautiful and devastatingly beautiful fairy from the Yang realm. Yet he didn't care at all and wanted to fall to her death. "Wait," Hong Xian spoke. He was right here. If he allowed Chu Feng to kill Fairy Fei Ling, what dignity would he have left? "If I win, let go of Fei Ling immediately." This was Hong Xian's request. All right, I'll let her go for now. Chu Feng nodded. Ing. At this time, Fei Ling let out a soft moan and woke up again. After all, she was very strong and recovered her senses. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chu Feng's detestable face once again. However, in her eyes, Chu Feng's next words were even more despicable than his face. He actually threatened her. You whining monster, if you scream again, you'll fall to your death. Hearing such words, Fei Ling was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. What kind of person was this? Didn't he know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex? What scoundrel? What are you glaring at? What are you rolling your eyes for? Do you think you can still send me flirtatious glances? Or are you a peerless beauty? Look at how dark you look. Chu Feng took out a saint-level bronze mirror and shone it on her face. Ah! Fairy Fei Ling screamed miserably. When she saw that black face, she was almost scared to death. Was this her? Where was her countenance? Her countenance that could topple cities. Now, not only was her face dark, even her slender and sexy body was almost charred. She couldn't bear the pain. Although she knew she could still recover, she still couldn't bear seeing herself become so ugly with her own eyes. It was simply heart-wrenching and lung-splitting. The most infuriating thing was that the scoundrel was still taunting her and saying she was ugly to her face. This was the first time someone said she wasn't beautiful since she was young. It was simply absurd. Bang! She struggled and wanted to break free from Chu Feng's control. In the end, she went crazy again. Only then did she realize that she was tied up firmly. The rope as thick as an arm was like a Kunlun ox or a horse, binding her firmly. She wanted to scream and kill someone. Be obedient and stop screaming, you charcoal head. Chu Feng lectured her. You. Fairy Fei Ling really couldn't bear it anymore. She was angry and furious. In addition to her unimaginable injuries, her soul light was unstable, and she almost fainted again. I'm so angry. She was resentful. Bang! Chu Feng immediately gave her a punch on the forehead. This time, she had no choice but to faint even if she didn't want to. Her eyes rolled back with hatred as her vision turned black, and she lost consciousness just like that. Now it's quiet. I'll beat you to death, you whining monster, said Chu Feng indifferently. He took a look and directly picked up Fei Ling and threw her into a corner. It was too casual. This made the faces of the people from the Yang realm twitch. They felt sorry for Fei Ling, but they didn't dare to say anything. They kept feeling that this guy was a little rash. He might ruthlessly destroy a flower if he was enraged. Come, Hong Xian, my attendant, shouted Chu Feng. He was beginning to believe that he had won. At the same time, he grabbed a few more thunder amethyst crystals without the slightest hesitation. He didn't conceal them at all, making the group of people stare blankly. However, was it still useful to rely on these few thunder amethyst crystals now? They counted only 5, and Hong Xian was already on guard. Hong Xian smiled elegantly and confidently. He took a step forward, and his whole body was surrounded by white light that transformed into a divine disk that enveloped him within. It was divine and flawless, powerful and transcendent. In a trance, people seemed to have seen a young divine king come into being and wanted to sweep through all enemies in the world. Your aura is indeed very strong, but ask yourself honestly, are you the strongest descendant of the extreme martial lineage? Chu Feng looked down on him. What kind of logic was this? At this juncture, he still had the leisure to look down on others, and even asked his opponent to ask themselves honestly. This caused a group of people to roll their eyes at him. Hong Xian wore a gentle smile and wasn't angry at all. At the same time, he didn't conceal it all. He was holding a strange shield in his hand that was silvery white and shiny. This was a piece of tortoise shell that was as white as jade. It looked like runes were flickering on it, and it seemed to be very sturdy. Yes, that's right. You guys have guessed it. This is a mirror-grade shield. Hong Xian smiled and took the initiative to explain. At the same time, he looked at Chu Feng, which meant, bring it on. Many people from the Yang realm laughed. This kind of shield wasn't something they could control, and it might suck them dry if they weren't careful. However, it was most suitable to take it out at this juncture to defend against lightning. Hong Xian had the blood of a celestial in his body, so he should be able to use it a few times. Boom! Hong Xian moved like a white bolt of lightning. It was too swift and violent. He didn't move, but when he moved, he was like a bolt of lightning. He wanted to kill in one strike. At the same time, a huge explosion rang out because Chu Feng had thrown the thunder amethyst crystal over. He didn't stop even when he saw that white shield. Boom! It was just a single strike, but it was as if the world was collapsing. The light screen outside the arena was penetrated. At the same time, the arena shone intensely and formed 10 light screens again to block the terrifying energy inside. What was going on? Everyone was horrified. On the ground, a large area had already collapsed. Many people were drenched in cold sweat. Their bodies were weak, and they couldn't stand anymore. At that instant, when the light screen was penetrated, their souls were throbbing and trembling. They couldn't help but want to submit and kowtow. Fortunately, 10 more light screens appeared on the arena and blocked the last bit of the terrifying aura. On the arena, Chu Feng carried Fairy Fei Ling and hid inside a huge and ancient black tortoiseshell. This was the remains of a mirror-level creature that he had brought back from the foreign land. At the same time, the black tortoise was covered with a shield that was also at the mirror level. However, even inside the black tortoise shell, he was still carrying a shield and putting on an active defense. This was because the 5 thunder amethyst crystals he had thrown out were all at the mirror level. One could imagine what Hong Xian had encountered. This was also the reason why the arena's protective light screen was penetrated in the first place. That snow-white shield broke into pieces and was finally blasted into smithereens. Hong Xian's entire body flew out and crashed into a stone pillar at the edge of the arena. His whole body was covered in blood before it was charred black. The powerful battle suit on his body had also disintegrated. Hong Xian, who was detached from the mortal world and was like a god, was like a piece of charcoal in the end. His injuries were even more serious than Fei Ling's. If it wasn't for the energy in his body helping him dissolve it, he might have died just now. Even so, he had lost most of his life. Countless bones in his body were broken, and he was terrifyingly black from head to toe. His body twitched involuntarily as he was continuously electrocuted. Chu Feng's black tortoise shell was also broken, and a large hole had been blasted into it. That was because the eruption of mirror-level energy was an indiscriminate attack at such a close distance. He carried Fei Ling out and glanced at Hong Xian on the ground before looking at himself. He couldn't help but look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. I died before achieving victory. A hero's lapel is filled with tears. There is absolute silence below the arena, but now a group of people from the Yang realm couldn't bear it anymore. They couldn't stand him anymore. Was he mocking Hong Xian? Yihao, you're too much. You're despicable, shameless, and vulgar. You used thunder amethyst crystals again, which can't be considered your true ability. Moreover, you're still sighing after injuring someone. Are you humiliating and mocking him? Someone shouted. Stay at the side. Don't flatter yourself. I'm mourning for the black tortoise shell. This was left behind by my master, but it shattered just like that. It's lamentable, and pitiful. Chu Feng shook his head and sighed. Then, he decisively rushed over and pulled out a rope. He tied up Hong Xian, who had the blood of a celestial venerable flowing in his body, as if he was tying up a cow or a sheep. Many people stared blankly. Even Hong Xian had suffered a setback and was captured by him. It was truly flabbergasting and unbelievable. That was the descendant of a celestial venerable. Chapter 988. What kind of trouble was he trying to stir up after flipping over 2 people with lightning? At this time, let's do something great together. Chu Feng was impassioned as he cheered himself up. However, people's focus wasn't on his words, but on his foot. When he spoke excitedly, he stepped on a certain piece of charcoal and raised his arms to shout. In reality, that piece of charcoal was the descendant of the great martial heavenly venerable Hong Xian, who had the blood of a heavenly venerable flowing in his body. The group of people stared blankly, and even those from the Yang realm were dumbfounded. Stop! No, raise your foot. Get up! Someone shouted for Hong Xian. How preposterous! The descendant of a heavenly venerable was actually being used as a stepping stone. The others also wanted to rescue him. Some wanted to show off. Whether they succeeded or not, they could get closer to the descendant of the great martial heavenly venerable. There were also people who felt that Chu Feng couldn't have so many amethyst heavenly thunder crystals on him, and that it was about to be used up. It was the best time to kill him with strength. I hate it when people interrupt me. Go eat some grapes. Chu Feng grabbed 8 amethyst heavenly thunder crystals and threw them over, covering that person. There's more, that person shouted. In the end, amidst the dazzling light and terrifying lightning, his flesh and blood flew everywhere. His bones were broken, and his body wasn't whole anymore as he fell to the ground. He was half dead, and the place became quiet in an instant. Of course, this was a saint-level amethyst heavenly thunder crystal. They couldn't use a higher level one to deal with him. Sigh, I've finally squandered it all. There's no more great killing weapons. Chu Feng sighed. Finished. Some people immediately revealed cold smiles after hearing this. In an instant, 11 figures appeared on the stage amidst the whooshing sounds. They were all from the Yang realm. Let me do it. It's better if I do it. The group of young envoys didn't give way at all. They fought to be the first and rushed onto the stage, boasting that they were extraordinary and could look down on all the so-called geniuses in the broken universe. Come, all of you come together. I'll fight 11 of you alone. Chu Feng rushed over and wanted to fight with them. He attacked all of them at the same time, and this group of people became angry and attacked him together. Boom! Lightning exploded once again. This time, it was a handful of violet heavenly lightning crystals. They exploded at the same time, and the entire area was immediately filled with miserable howls. Scoundrel, you're too shameless. Didn't you say there were no more? Someone shouted resentfully, feeling like he was being too honest. That was a scoundrel. How could his words be trusted? The entire arena was shaking. Lightning wreaked havoc, and all 11 people were knocked down. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Chu Feng sighed. Up until now, this group of young geniuses from the Yang realm had all come to a tragic end. They had turned into charcoal and were tied up one by one like meat dumplings by him. Everyone below the stage looked on in a daze, including Ziluan and Yuan Mo. The evolvers from all walks of life in the dilapidated universe simply didn't dare to believe their eyes. This lord was too fierce. Who was it? Where did he come from? He actually dared to lay his hands on a group of young emissaries from the Yang realm and overturn them all. He didn't even let off the so-called fairies. They all fell into his vicious hands. Let's do something great together. Charge into the ruins, complete the final trial, and enter the world of the living. Chu Feng shouted, calling for everyone to unite. However, there was no intense response. Everyone remained silent. What are you guys worried about? Didn't you see that I subdued a group of geniuses from the Yang realm? They will all be used by me and follow me into the ruins to help you pass. Help you pass? How could I possibly listen to you? Dream on, a young genius from the Yang realm said, with a gloomy face. Of course, his face was dark, even if he wasn't gloomy because his whole body was covered in charcoal. Bang! Chu Feng went over and kicked him a few times, not leaving him any face at all. You don't keep your word. Didn't you promise me earlier? I won, so you guys can do whatever I want. Chu Feng kicked him until he rolled on the ground. At this time, Hong Xian, the descendant of the great martial deity, woke up. Fairy Fei Ling also woke up again. When they saw Chu Feng abusing and beating the others, they shouted one after another, "Stop! Stop! Shut up! Can't you see that I'm teaching my little brother a lesson? Be quiet." Chu Feng wasn't polite at all. With 2 clangs, he carried the broken Saint-grade shield and smashed the 2 of them until they saw stars. Huge bumps appeared on their foreheads, and their soul light became unstable. They fainted again. It was dead silent below the arena. Everyone was dumbstruck and speechless. On the arena, Those geniuses from the Yang realm were also speechless. This lord was too stupid. He really did as he pleased like a tyrant. He didn't care who you were if you dared to disobey him. He even smashed the descendant of a celestial venerable and beat the fairy until she fainted. Chu Feng dragged a genius over. He didn't say anything and just smashed him, causing the whites of this person's eyes to roll back. Who knew how many bones were broken, and the charred old skin on the outside of his body fell off. He was rather miserable. This scene made the other people feel scared. After that, Chu Feng threatened, "Come, use the Saint-grade rune in your soul light to swear allegiance to me. I'll return your freedom after the trial ends." "I'm not convinced," that person said angrily. "Beat me again if you're not convinced." Chu Feng lifted him up and started to swing him around on the arena. He used all his strength to smash him down, and his miserable screams were extremely terrifying. The others were greatly moved. They were all thinking how long could they last if they were in his shoes. After that, Fairy Fei Ling's best friend also met with tragedy. She was pulled out by Chu Feng and was about to start smashing him. In the end, she screamed right away. She was also called a fairy. If she was really smashed and thrown all over the ground by this guy like a black bear breaking a stick, then she would really lose all her face. She would be too ashamed to show her face once news of this got back to the Yang realm. Therefore, she gave in and compromised with Chu Feng. She said she could swear, but her dignity couldn't be offended. Chu Feng curled his lips and corrected her, saying, "You look so dark. Do you really think I'm interested in you? I only value your strength to help the evolvers of our broken universe pass. In my eyes, the value of a masculine woman like you far surpasses your dark face." Mother asterisk Kerr. This fairy really wanted to curse and swear. Was this how she looked like? She wanted to say that she wasn't dark at all and had always been as white as jade. She took the lead to yield like this, and the others immediately lost their confidence. In the end, they had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Hong Xian opened his eyes and was quite speechless when he saw Chu Feng recruiting a group of geniuses from the Yang realm. After Fei Ling woke up, she saw her two best friends swearing and compromising with Chu Feng. She immediately felt so depressed that her chest hurt. She opened her mouth and said, "You guys, don't disturb us," Chu Feng said. Then he knocked her out again with a bang. Everyone below and on the arena was dizzy, including Fei Ling's best friends. They were also somewhat speechless. Seeing Fei Ling being knocked out again, they didn't know whether they should sympathize or feel relieved. "Don't touch me." Hong Xian didn't want to be knocked out by Chu Feng again, so he said, "I'm a man of my word. I'll take whatever you want. Of course, if you insult my character, then I'd rather die. Well, then you also activate your soul light to swear and use the law fragments to resonate. I'm watching, so don't fool me," said Chu Feng. Just like that, the group of people yielded and compromised with Chu Feng. He didn't have any special requests either. He just wanted these people to help him pass the trial. After completing it, they wouldn't owe each other anything. Those who should be free would be free, and those who should run would run. Of course, many people didn't think that Chu Feng could run. Chu Feng himself was very satisfied. He finally stirred up a pool of water. His purpose in torturing this group of people was all just to send Ziluan and Yuan Mo into the Yang realm. He couldn't let anyone know, not even Ziluan and the others. Otherwise, no one would have a good ending. Fairy Fei Ling woke up and saw her close friends, a group of acquaintances, and even Hong Xian compromise with Chu Feng. She was really furious. In the end, Chu Feng wanted to pick her up and beat her again. "Fei Ling, don't be stubborn. Look at us. Aren't you embarrassed to stay out of this? You can't be thinking of exposing our shortcomings after returning to the Yang realm, right?" After Fei Ling heard this, she raised a dark face and looked at her close friends. She was really speechless. Were they going to protect her from being beaten up, or did they really not want her to be left alone? In the end, she had no choice but to brace herself and compromise. "Fellow Taoists, we're going to pass the trial and enter the Yang realm. Let's go. This is a rare opportunity. Come with us." Chu Feng invited them enthusiastically. This place immediately went into an uproar and completely boiled over. Some people were extremely happy, but very soon, there were people who poured cold water on them. They said that Yi Hao was completely courting death by being so ostentatious. They reckoned that he would be killed once he entered the ruins. Immediately, there was a heated discussion here. The noise was deafening, and many evolvers couldn't stay calm anymore. Everyone, don't be anxious. I'll give you guys time to think about it. Come back in 3 days. Chu Feng shouted loudly and reminded. The Yang realm is also divided into many evolutionary sections. If you guys are afraid of those sects and offend them, then you can completely choose to seek shelter from the opposing sections. Chu Feng understood that some sects were actually very difficult to get along with, and some were even hostile. For example, he already understood that the orthodoxy of the great martial heavenly venerables enemies also had people descend, but they weren't here at the moment. The reason why the great martial heavenly venerable was so urgent and didn't hesitate to descend his Dao body into the Yang realm universe was because there were great enemies outside. The pressure on him was too great, and he urgently wanted to improve himself and search for the legendary Yang realm's supreme treasure. And after he lost the Dao body, his enemies even came knocking on his door and fought with him, causing him to be seriously injured. Since there was such a sect, Chu Feng immediately felt a lot more at ease. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the stone box on him and had a great secret, he really wanted to directly seek shelter and be done with it. But Zilwan, Yuan Mo, and other old friends were completely fine. Why do I feel that guy is so shameless and thick-skinned? He's a bit like Chu Feng? At this moment, Zilwan was in doubt and muttered, "Don't speak nonsense." Yuan Mo reminded her and said in a low voice, "How about it? We'll follow him on the road in 3 days and then seek shelter from Sky Venerable Lan Tuo's sect." Sky Venerable Lan Tuo was the great martial heavenly venerable's enemy. People from that orthodoxy had also descended and once announced that those who had enmity with the great martial heavenly venerable could seek shelter from them if they sought shelter. But the premise was that you could pass the trial in the ruins. Next, Chu Feng put on an appearance of borrowing the tiger's might and brought a group of Yang realm little brothers and sisters to patrol this continent. He was looking for other old friends. The Yang realm geniuses behind him all had cold expressions and wished they could slap him to death. But in the end, they all endured it. There was no need to break the oath. They swore on the resonance of the nomological law fragments, and once they violated it, it would be very easy to suffer a backlash. In any case, it wouldn't be a few days. After entering the ruins and passing the trial, they wouldn't owe each other anything. It wouldn't be too late to kill this Yihao then. In these 3 days, Chu Feng walked through the so-called refugee camp and other areas. He really did find some old friends whose circumstances weren't that good. He thought about it and finally secretly gave them a message, telling them that they must follow him into the secret realm. Of course, he hinted it with the identity of a mysterious expert. Moreover, after he entered the ruins, he was going to cut off the relevant memories of those people to prevent something big from happening. "Lu Tong, you old fox." Chu Feng was very surprised. He actually discovered that the old man Lu Tong, clairvoyant Du Huaijin, and Yi Qingru were indeed wrapped up and brought into the dilapidated universe. Originally, the Black Yak and the others were afraid that they would be affected, so they had already hidden them on other planets. Unexpectedly, they were still caught here. However, their situation couldn't be considered bad because the Yang realm cared a lot about clairvoyant and clairaudient. They felt that they were worth vigorously nurturing. The two of them possessed rare talents in the fields of sight and hearing. Even Lu Tong, Yi Qingru, and the others were very safe. They were settled together. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng had a clear idea in his heart. It was time to move. Once he sent away some old friends, he would have nothing to fear. In this dilapidated universe, he could attack the 9 heavens and explore the 9 underworlds. He could kill and retreat as he pleased. Everything was done according to his heart. He didn't need to be afraid anymore. "Let's go, brothers and sisters." I'll bring you to pass the trial. With the protection of my little brothers, I guarantee that everyone can pass." Chu Feng shouted loudly. However, there weren't many people who responded. "TSK, we're not going to throw our lives away. Going with you is destroying our own future." Some people didn't appreciate it at all and spoke coldly. Chu Feng was stunned and said, "You guys really aren't going? I guarantee that you'll regret it later. Only I can help you pass. I don't believe that there will be results in just one day. What's there to regret? Hurry up and go on your way. Don't drag us down with you." Some people shouted loudly. Chapter 989. Can't you see that the people around me are all powerful? They came from the Yang realm and are all extraordinary. They're noble saints, so it'll be very easy for them to pass through. Chu Feng tried his best to salvage the situation by bringing a large number of people with him. However, many people in the broken universe didn't appreciate his kindness. Not to mention the tens of thousands of people gathered in this area. There were only a few hundred of them in the end. This included Yuan Mo, Zilan, and others from the Yang realm. They were willing to walk out of the so-called refugee camp and follow him on this journey. Hee, everyone, I advise you to repent and go with him. It looks good now, but you have to know that he offended those geniuses from the Yang realm. They'll definitely kill him along the way. He won't have a good ending himself. So, do you still believe him? Someone else said, "Oh, it's indeed quite funny. He's like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. Yet he still wants to save us and follow him. He harbors evil intentions." Chu Feng's gaze was sharp. These people were really going overboard. He originally wanted to give them an opportunity, but in the end, they mocked and ridiculed him. Of course, there was no need for him to say anything more. Before long, this group of people would regret it and speak with facts. He felt that it wasn't safe yet. Yuan Mo, Zilan, and the others were slightly conspicuous among the hundreds of people. Chu Feng looked at Hong Xian, Failing, and the others and said, "I say, little brothers and sisters, you guys have scared the evolvers of my dilapidated universe. They all said that you guys want to kill me. Is that true?" The faces of the dozen or so geniuses darkened after hearing what he said. After 3 days of recuperation, their charred bodies had turned white again. Now, they were furious. Who were they calling little brothers and sisters? If not for the oath, they would have smacked him to death immediately. I have something to say. It's best to control the fight between us to see who's the world's #1 expert and control it within a small area. Don't affect others and bring harm to the innocent. No matter how we fight, we must ensure the safety of these people. Chu Feng pointed at the evolvers behind him. These people were very grateful. At the critical moment, Yihao was still thinking of them. The geniuses in the Yang realm looked at him with disdain. Who dared to rashly say that they were competing for the position of the #1 expert in the world? If this news spread to the Yang realm, they would be laughed at to death. The young monsters of the Yang realm were really too abnormal. Some of them were personally nurtured by celestial venerables and could be considered as their last disciples. They were terrifying to an unimaginable extent. All right, no matter how we fight, we won't hurt anyone else. Hong Xian nodded. His snow-white robes fluttered in the wind, and white light emanated from his body. He seemed otherworldly and holy, and, at the same time, his energy aura was oppressive. Did you hear that? Follow me. In the end, Chu Feng gathered another 200 people, adding up to a total of more than 500 people, and they set off with him. The so-called trial by fire was opened because of them. Once they set foot inside, they immediately felt how insignificant they were. This was a boundless green land without a sun. The land was green in color, but that did not mean that it was full of life. It was so green that it made people shiver, and there was not a bit of vitality. There were also green clouds floating in the sky, looking slightly strange. In the distance, there were mountains that were at least 100,000 zhang tall. They were lined up in rows, like divine swords that could pierce the heavens. They exuded a cold, killing intent. This was a road that had to cross over mountains and ridges. It was accompanied by ruins. Some of the ruins were on the mountains, and some are right in front of them. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just ruins. We've gone several hundred miles in, and there's no danger, right? Someone said softly. However, Chu Feng frowned slightly. He felt that this area was very unusual. Even he felt that there were some places he couldn't see through, so he avoided it as much as possible. Let's go. It's better if there's nothing, said Chu Feng. Hong Xian, Fairy Fei Ling, and the others were very calm. They were a little self-confident as they walked side by side and stood at the very front. Suddenly, in the ruins, as debris flew everywhere, a figure stood up and hacked forward with a sword in hand. The sudden change did give everyone a fright, but when they saw what it was, everyone laughed. It was just a wooden person. Moreover, it wasn't three-dimensional. It was flat, as if it was made of rough wooden planks. The entire person was flat, and it held a rotten wooden sword in hand. It was a little comical. Although a genius from the Yang realm didn't take it seriously, he still made a move. He held a silver holy sword in hand and blocked forward. Crack! A frightening scene appeared. The silver holy sword was cut in half by that rotten wooden sword. Moreover, that sword slashed downwards and was about to slash his body. Everyone was stunned. That flat wooden person looked like the crudest wooden puppet, but in the end, it was so powerful. It didn't emit any energy waves, and there were no order runes flickering either. It only relied on brute force. That genius from the Yang realm reached the Saint realm, but in the end, he couldn't dodge in time and was directly hacked into two. Even the death substitute talisman was cleanly crushed. This person was killed by a sword. His blood and flesh were still there, but he had turned into dead blood and a corpse. All the essence, energy, and spirit in his body had disappeared. That rotten wooden sword was too terrifying, and it killed souls very easily. They had just met face to face, and a wooden person in the ruins killed a genius saint from the Yang realm. How terrifying was this? Xu Feng's pupils contracted. He stared at that rotten wooden sword and kept feeling that it was similar to the dark red longsword he brought back from the reincarnation path. It was extremely vicious and could be fatal if it was hit. The group of people was stunned. "All of you, get out of the way!" Failing shouted. A red-skinned bottle gourd appeared with a raise of her hand. She pulled out the stopper and immediately spat out a large amount of black flames formed from order runes to burn the wooden person. However, this wooden person was fearless. In the black flames, it stabbed over with its sword as swift and violent as lightning. Clang! Failing fought fiercely with it. In the end, the battle only ended after over 100 moves. That wooden person was chopped into a dozen pieces. There's no soul light and no energy. How did it hold on? Where did it get such powerful strength? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even the geniuses from the Yang realm were frowning because this wasn't a puppet. There were no runes left on it, and it was actually so strange. They wanted to study that rotten wooden sword, but as soon as they picked it up, it rotted and turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing on the following journey. After all, a genius from the Yang realm had died, so Hong Xian, Failing, and the others weren't in a good mood. Moo! Suddenly, when they started to arrive at the 300,000 meters tall mountain region, a wooden ox appeared and stood up from the ruins. Its body was almost rotting away. However, it made many people's hearts palpitate. Kill it. This time, for geniuses from the Yang realm went over at once to participate in the siege. They kept on feeling that something wasn't right. This ox was as evil as the wooden person from before. Bang! This was a barbaric collision. This wooden ox didn't have anyone's energy pouring in torrents, and there were no runes flickering on it either. However, its brute force was too powerful and was enough to send a saint flying. Moreover, after all the divine techniques and rays of light hit its body, they actually didn't injure it for a moment. Puffed. A person screamed miserably as his chest was pierced by the ox's horn. After that, he was violently lifted up and flew into the air. Before he landed on the ground, his vitality started to disappear and he turned into a corpse. Kill. Hong Xin couldn't watch on anymore and personally made a move. Bang! In the end, this ox died and was killed by Hong Xian. There were no runes to be found on this wooden ox's body. There were no other energy and so on, but it could kill people just now. It was very powerful. Everyone went on their way and felt a little scared. These ruins were quite strange. On the following journey, all kinds of vicious beasts and humanoid creatures appeared continuously. It was very thrilling. After Hong Xian and Fei Ling took action, they finally got through this daunting experience without any mishaps. However, when they were about to cross over this tall mountain range, a crisis occurred. A wooden spider as big as a barbaric ox appeared. Those rotting wooden spider legs were boundlessly terrifying. After a fierce battle, Hong Xian almost died. This was a half-step, heaven-level wooden creature. It's too strange. What kind of ruins is this? How can there be such wooden creatures? At first, I thought it was man-made, but did you guys see? There's no energy source in their bodies. It doesn't seem man-made. It's more like a race that disappeared in the long river of history. Finally, they crossed over this huge mountain and saw a city on the horizon. It was no longer a ruin. Nearer, there was a green city built entirely of wood. It was very grand and huge, and it blocked off the road ahead. Great Tao characters, supreme Tao characters from the most ancient era. Both Fei Ling and Hong Xian cried out in alarm. They were looking at the characters on the wooden city wall. After crossing this wooden city, one's body will be immortal, and one's soul light will exist eternally. It was just a simple line of words, but it stunned everyone. Even Fei Ling and the other geniuses of the Yang realm were no exception. No wonder the elders in the sect said that these ruins are still being explored and that we shouldn't rashly take risks. They want to let the people of the Yang realm explore the way first. It's actually so strange. At this moment, even Hong Xian was actually saying such things. After Chu Feng heard this, he really wanted to beat the gods that descended in this universe from the Yang realm to death. The so-called training was just to find people to help the people of the Yang realm explore the way. Chapter 990. It was a dark green city, grand and magnificent, but the entire structure was made of wood. Such a majestic wooden city was really rare. At the very least, the people present had never seen it before. Chu Feng glanced at Hong Xian and Fei Ling and discovered that they were also shocked and couldn't calm down. Even the descendants of celestial venerables from the Yang realm were like this, which showed how terrifying and extraordinary this city was. Little brothers, little sisters, have any of you seen such an ancient city in the Yang realm? Chu Feng asked. The geniuses of the Yang realm felt sick of it. You're just a native of the broken universe, and you dare to call us little brothers and sisters? Especially the few genius girls. They were used to being called fairies, but now they were being called little sisters. It was really preposterous. Where was the propriety? However, they had no intention of falling out. They would talk about it after they left this trial ground. They didn't want to pay the price now and break their promise. There was no such magnificent wooden city in the Yang realm. Some people came from the celestial venerables, so their knowledge was naturally extraordinary. However, this kind of huge city built with green wood was a little strange, and they couldn't figure out its origins. Who would be willing to use wood? A handful of heavenly fire could burn it clean. This city is a little strange. What do you think, junior sister Fei Ling? Hong Xian spoke. His silver robe fluttered, and his whole body was surrounded by sacred white light. Accompanied by a rain of light, he seemed otherworldly. He had a smile on his face. His teeth were lustrous and white, and his temperament was as gentle as jade. Fei Ling smiled sweetly at him and said, I think I've seen an incomplete map in a letter left behind from a very ancient era. It's just that the impression is a little vague. These two were far more knowledgeable than the others. They began to chat among themselves, completely ignoring Chu Feng. Hong Xian nodded and said, Yes, if I didn't guess wrong, this place is incredible. It might be related to a certain key point in the history of evolution in a very ancient era, and it involves a fork in the history of evolution. The people of the broken universe and the lesser netherworld universe frowned. Although they heard that there was something extraordinary here, they still didn't understand the secrets behind it. Chu Feng was different. He had been with the stone fox for a long time, and he knew some old things. The so-called fork in the history of evolution was quite terrifying. Several nodes, several extremely resplendent ancient eras, the path of evolution had forked, and the one they were currently following was only one of those paths. According to his deductions, there should be even more terrifying paths at certain nodes. But where was the glorious light of those evolved civilizations shining on? A few of the other geniuses from the Yang realm also cried out in surprise. It was obvious that they had vaguely heard of some hidden information, but they didn't know the specifics. Chu Feng pondered for a moment before cautiously approaching the city to investigate the mysteries of this place. The tall walls were made of a single piece of wood and did not seem to be pieced together. This was extremely strange. Just how thick of an ancient tree was this? The veins were clear, green specks speckled, carrying an ancient and dim luster. He had already tested it out. This city was ridiculously sturdy. Not to mention saint weapons, even a god-tier battle sword could not leave a mark on it. As for Hong Xian, Fei Ling, and the others, they were also trying to figure it out. This might involve the forking roads of civilization and another direction of evolution. Naturally, their emotions fluctuated and they really wanted to gain something. Pass through the wooden city, the body will be immortal, the soul light will exist forever, and you will be an immortal of the heavens. Chu Feng looked at the words on the city walls and said to Hong Xian and the others, "Your elders are somewhat abnormal. Even if they are gods, can they pass through this city? They actually made us come here to train." He himself was a divine general, so he already felt that this city was too terrifying. There was an indescribable halo dispersing, making him feel uneasy. Once they got close to this city, they couldn't fly. This was a very bad sign. How terrifying was it that even a peak-grade divine general like Chu Feng couldn't fly? There was an indescribable suppression here. He soared into the sky in the distance and looked forward. The city was pitch black, and it seemed to be boundless. It was connected to the primordial universe, and the end of the road couldn't be seen. After a moment, Chu Feng cautiously climbed up the city walls and gazed forward. His heart was shaken when he saw it. Only on the city walls could he see some things. At this moment, Hong Xian, Fei Ling, and the others saw that he was so daring, so they also followed up and stood on the city walls. Inside the city, there was a chaotic flow of time, fragments of time, and all kinds of prehistoric traces floating about. It gave their spirits a tremendous impact. The fragments of time undulated like a section of the river of time had been cut off, pierced through, and imprisoned here. That area was misty, as if it was connected to a world from countless years ago. It was as if one could reverse the flow of time to that ancient era and world from that land of flying fragments of time. In addition, there were some wooden palaces that were all broken in half. They carried a sparkling and translucent luster. What am I seeing? That's the tree of origin. Fei Ling felt that even her soul was trembling. In the grand city, half of an ancient tree floated. It was very majestic and extremely huge. Its branches were coarse, and, as it lay there, it took up a lot of space. There were only a few leaves on the half of the ancient tree, but every leaf supported a planet. How much had the battle of the past reached? This was the tree of origin, an innate supreme treasure plant that grew in the primal chaos. Its power was boundless. It was reported that a certain super-ancient powerhouse in the Yang realm had once refined a small tree. With it in hand, he could brush down all living things in the world. All enemies would retreat, celestial venerables would die, and no one would dare to fight it head-on. This thing was also called the Tree of Order. It could amplify a person's energy and divine abilities to launch an invincible attack. Chu Feng looked again and again. He felt that there was no way to cross this city in a short time. In reality, once he crossed this city, there would be a hint on the city walls that he would become an immortal. However, once he failed, he would probably never be able to reincarnate. Chu Feng sighed. He reckoned that he might fail the trial. Since that was the case, he really wanted to get rid of Hong Xian and the others here. He would collect some interest first. However, it wasn't the last moment yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Soon after, the people dispersed and walked along the city walls, exploring and searching the surroundings. Chu Feng left these people, including Yuan Mo and Zil Wan, and found a place to go underground. He wanted to get close to the foundation and take a look. He encountered danger as soon as he dived. Even someone as strong as him, a divine general, was almost destroyed, let alone others. He quickly retreated and was already prepared. He immediately hid in the stone box to escape. He was shocked to discover that the so-called foundation under the city was strange. There was an inexplicable and strange, terrifying force that almost shattered him. Even though he was hiding in the stone box, his heart still palpitated. This was something that had never happened before. One had to know that even when crossing the dangerous sea of chaos, it wasn't like this. This wasn't some kind of energy, but purely a strange force. He was horrified. He hid in the stone box and retreated. Then he dived down and entered the deepest part of the soil layer to see what was going on. In the end, he was really shocked. He discovered the terrifying truth. There was no so-called foundation at all. After going a certain distance underground, it was empty. There was no city foundation. This is a ruined city. Was it cut off by someone? Chu Feng was greatly shaken and didn't dare to believe it. He could clearly remember the line of words on the city wall. Once he crossed this city, it meant that he was high and mighty, immortal and indestructible. That evaluation was too high. However, who would have thought that it had already been cut off? Upon closer inspection, the entire city seemed to have been cut in half by a sword. It was unknown where the lower half went, only the upper half left behind. It sat here, the portion buried in the earth layer. As a result, it still looked like a complete city. The broken surface was flat and glossy, but it contained terrifying force. There was actually an aura that suppressed past, present, and future that pervaded the air. It was because when Chu Feng tried to throw out a divine level-short spear, in the end, it silently broke apart in front of the broken surface at the bottom of the ancient city, turning into fine powder. As long as one entered a certain distance, all things under the sky would be suppressed until they collapsed. This sword is simply going to sever endless time. Even I am hiding in the stone box, yet I am still alarmed and alarmed. It is too terrifying. Chu Feng's expression was incomparably serious. He backed up, and at the same time, he dove down. The pressure immediately decreased. He knew how to cross the entire wooden city. Even though it was a shortcut, completing the trial wasn't an issue. If he dove deep enough, then the so-called broken surface, that soared great force, that suppressed past, present, and future wouldn't target him. And what is that? A piece of letter paper? Chu Feng's pupils contracted. He stared below the city. This place was extremely spacious. After being severed by a sword, it was like a great canyon in the cosmos. Meanwhile, there, the chaotic flow of time rose and fell, accompanied by a piece of yellowed letter paper. This really was a bit absurd. Time fragments, spatial turbulence, and other things were enough to kill deities. However, even though that letter paper left behind from who knew what era had withered and turned yellow, it was still rising and falling, completely undamaged. Right this time, Chu Feng suddenly heard a type of sound. It was like a great golden bell, so loud that even the deaf could hear, making one wake up. It was as if they had been enlightened, and even their souls were being cleansed. There will be a day when you all will come. This seemed to have come from millions and millions of years ago, carrying an endless ancient aura, shaking up this entire area of time and space. Chu Feng was a bit stupefied. Who was speaking? Then he saw that withered yellow letter paper was shining. Moreover, the radiance was flourishing greatly. There were a few ancient characters on it, as if they were alive, jumping about. However, he didn't recognize them at all. Those characters were like the carrier of the great Tao, but also as if they carried the weight of the entire ancient past. It was extremely terrifying. Then he saw a person erupt there, displaying the scene from millions and millions of years ago. Chapter 991. A piece of paper flew through the flowing light, shattering the river of time and breaking through. Was this a scene from millions and millions of years ago? It was too shocking. It was just a piece of paper, yet it possessed such penetrative power. Additionally, there were weapons chasing after it, terrifying beams of light descending, and supreme suppressive runes. But the piece of paper was unharmed as it flew over. Boom! In the end, all kinds of beams of light collided. It was as if the two factions had sent out terrifying runes to attack each other from millions and millions of miles away. Moreover, Chu Feng discovered, to his astonishment, that there was a blurry silhouette, but he couldn't see it clearly. A large, dusty hand, like a clay sculpture, appeared in the fragments of time. It was unknown which direction it was going to attack, but it vanished in a flash. At the final juncture, the aura it emitted was stifling, making one's heart palpitate and soul tremble. Only later on, when the dusty, statue-like hand disappeared, did the place return to tranquility. So much so that the paper, the flowing light, and the power of time all faded away and became indistinct. Chu Feng was silent as he stared at that place. What kind of past was this? Just what era was it from? Was it an important node on a forked road in the history of evolution? The scene just now had happened too quickly and was completed in the blink of an eye. No one could react in time. Chu Feng couldn't estimate what level of battle between evolvers had taken place, or perhaps it was the aftermath of a battle. Even with the protection of the stone box, he was still under great pressure. He closed his eyes and recalled everything he had just seen. He believed that it was an incomparably important moment in the history of evolution. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough and couldn't participate in it. He couldn't deduce the truth. When he opened his eyes again, golden runes flickered in the depths of his pupils. Chu Feng wanted to use his fiery eyes to see through time and space and see what was hidden in the depths of the fragments of time. However, he unexpectedly discovered that his fiery eyes were ineffective for the first time ever since he had become a divine champion. It wasn't something he could see just because he wanted to. It was completely silent. The more he wanted to observe, the more the white mist filled the air and drowned out the power of time and the letter. Perhaps its appearance was random, or perhaps it had only appeared once and disappeared. However, there were clearly other words and densely packed characters on the letter, yet he only heard a single sentence. It was far from enough. He wanted to know the details. Chu Feng estimated the distance and continued to retreat. He tried and tested what kind of safe zone he could enter without the protection of the stone box. Not long after, he realized that he was thinking too much. 100 miles was enough. That so-called slash that sliced Millennium City in half. The smooth cut indeed contained an indescribable power, but it was restrained and did not erupt. Only when it was too close would it be more or less triggered, and people would not be able to endure it. Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Splitting the Millennium City in half with a single sword strike was simply earth-shattering. What he had felt earlier was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was hard for him to imagine what would happen if someone were to activate the true power hidden within the smooth section of the city. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Would it cause the entire plane to collapse? Would it lead to the primal chaos explosion? What would be left of this broken universe? Chu Feng shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He knew that in the ancient evolutionary history, there really were incomparably glorious eras. If this was one of the forks in the road or a node, then it was also magnificent and would shake the past, present, and future. After carefully observing and studying for a long time, only then did Chu Feng leave. He was sure that he couldn't see anything else. He headed toward the surface. On the ground, the group of people were frowning. They had studied this wooden city for a long time, but no one could do anything. Moreover, there were casualties not too long ago. Even the geniuses of the Yang realm were groaning in pain. Their arms were broken, and the blood flowed without end. Someone attacked the wooden city. Even though they were far away, they still suffered a backlash. His attack was magnified tenfold and was rebounded. Chu Feng was speechless. This genius seemed a bit unlucky at first, but when he thought about it, he could be considered lucky. He had personally witnessed how terrifying it was when he went deep underground. It was a miracle that he could still survive after using force here. Yi Hao, we are powerless. We can't help you protect this group of people to pass, so we can only retreat, Hong Xian said. And there were also people with sneers among this group of people. Now that the trial had ended, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the agreement and oath between them had been fulfilled. When the time came, they could make a move against Yi Hao. Back then, they were bound by rules and regulations and wanted to fight at the same level. In the end, they were all knocked down by this scoundrel with the violet heavenly thunder crystal. It was truly humiliating. It was time to settle accounts. Not to mention the others. Even Fairy Fei Ling and her close friends had unkind expressions. They wanted to beat up this Yi Hao. He had blasted them black all over, and he even said they were ugly. This was truly preposterous. Fairy Ant couldn't bear it. Chu Feng was very calm and said, "It's not over yet. If you guys can't do it, I can lead everyone over." What kind of joke is this? Even we are powerless. Why do you have to pass through? A genius of the Yang realm spoke. Because I'm the victor. I've defeated all of you before. You are all my captives. Chu Feng's attitude was high. He was truly hitting people in the face and exposing their shortcomings. You, what about you? All of you follow me. Chu Feng waved his hand, and everyone followed him. Bang! He broke open a hole in the ground and brought several hundred people underground. Of course, he maintained a sufficiently far distance and didn't approach the broken half of the city. Even so, in the end, everyone could clearly see that this was a ruined city that was split open by a sword. They felt their hearts tremble. Let's go. The trial is about to end. We are going to leap into the heavens. Chu Feng laughed loudly. He was teasing here. Passing the city would make one an immortal in the heavens. Everyone was a bit stupefied. They advanced rapidly underground, crossing through the bottom of the city. They were actually going to succeed. Generally speaking, this kind of dangerous place, this kind of city, the sky and the ground would be sealed. It would be difficult to leap over even if they had wings, but today they were actually going to succeed. No one would have thought that this was a ruined city with flaws underground. The disciples of the Yang realm couldn't sit still anymore. Some of them saw the blurry letter in the fragments of time. Their eyes burned with passion, wishing they could immediately rush over and seize it. Chu Feng said solemnly, "I'm warning you guys, don't act recklessly. Don't kill all of us." Some geniuses from the Yang realm raised their brows. They weren't very convinced. They wanted to stop and carefully observe, but they were stopped by Hong Xian and failing. This place made them feel uneasy. It was better to cross over first. Fine, we'll charge through. After we reach the end, we'll go back and study it. That disciple who was unconvinced nodded. Just like that, they crossed all the way. They only reached the end after half a day and passed through. How fast was their speed? They actually spent such a long time. One could imagine how huge this ruined city was. Success, we're out. Yeah, there seems to be a door of light in front that's connected to the outside world. We've walked out. Haha. I didn't expect that we really completed the trial. Some people cried out in surprise because they felt the aura of the ruined universe. They should be about to leave this secret realm. At this time, Chu Feng's body stiffened and his scalp went numb. Hong Xian, failing, Ziluan, Yuan Mo, and the others were also shocked. Their entire bodies were like clay sculptures as they stared blankly. Fear appeared in their eyes as they looked back into the distance. There was still a problem in that time fragment. It was a tattered mirror that emitted the aura of primal chaos. It was suspected to be a supreme treasure. It reflected a corner of the truth of the past and recorded what had happened in the past. It reflected a person with an imposing figure and a sword in his hand. He suddenly swung it out, wanting to split apart the eternal heavens. Is this mirror recording everything in the past? Watch carefully, don't miss anything. Go back and report to the celestial sovereign. The geniuses from the Yang realm trembled, and even their lips trembled. Boom! Then everyone saw that person fiercely rotate and split apart everything in his way. What he severed was time and space, karma, and the source of everything. At that moment, eternity was broken and the eternal heavens were severed. Even Chu Feng was horrified. It was a soundless scene, but it was even more terrifying and magnificent than the letters he had seen before. The shocking waves swept through the past, present, and future. A mirror recorded the events of the past millions and millions of years ago. It was related to this city, the forked roads in the history of evolution, and the terrifying nodes. This was Chu Feng's guess. His eyes were deep and serene as great waves surged in his heart. Look, there's this city in the mirror. It's related to this city. Boom! It was as if raging waves were about to shatter one's mind. However, these were all illusions. In fact, there was no sound at all. What was reflected in that broken mirror was the soundless scene of the past. That person was too indistinct and was wrapped in an indescribable energy mist. Even the primal chaos was collapsing. The sword light in his hand tore apart the past and the present. What he cleaved apart was indeed time and space, severing karma. Within that vast space-time, on a vast land, there were too many cities the size of this wooden city. This wooden city seemed to be nothing more than a small fortress in that place. That sword cleaved apart time and space, and a wisp of sword light brushed past the wooden city, causing it to break in half. It fell down with a rumbling sound and formed this place. Chapter 992. The geniuses of the Yang realm were all silent. If those scenes were true, it would be extremely terrifying beyond their imagination. Then, that withered yellow letter appeared again and floated in time before finally falling down. Everyone, I, Yi Hao, am a man of my word. I've finally brought you all out and passed the test. Go! Chu Feng shouted at the hundreds of evolvers and pointed at the secret realm's exit. Then he looked at the ruined city and stared at that letter. It's really strange. It feels like déjà vu, as if it's another reincarnation. The geniuses of the Yang realm sneered. How many people in this world had the qualifications to talk about reincarnation? Even in the Yang realm, only powerful figures could enter the forbidden land to take them. The talismans taken weren't for others, but for the most favored children of powerful figures or for them to reincarnate. Fei Ling and Hong Xian both wore reserved smiles. Their bodies shone brightly and were enveloped by divine halos, as if they were the sons of a deity that had descended into the world. Chu Feng saw their attitudes and immediately cast them a sidelong glance. How much do you know about reincarnation? Has anyone in your family experienced it before? He had a contemptuous attitude with the intention of purposely provoking them. Of course, there was also a reason for his confidence. It wasn't like he hadn't obtained talismans before, and not just one at that. I know more than you. Someone couldn't stand him. His attitude was arrogant and full of himself, like a learned man looking down on barbarians in an uncivilized land. More? He. Chu Feng said calmly. Then tell me, do you understand the true meaning of reincarnation? If we don't understand, then you're even worse. In this world, the most powerful people are all reincarnating alone. Have you heard of this saying? Chu Feng was astonished. There was such a thing? He didn't quite believe it and sneered. Don't take out this kind of rumor. As expected, this information wasn't reliable. That person opened his mouth, but couldn't continue. What does a single person's reincarnation count for? The entire world might be reincarnating. Who could understand such a scale and spirit? Hong Xian said. Chu Feng's expression was grave. He felt that the Yang realm's research was indeed terrifying and astonishing. The other party's casual words made his heart tremble. The entire world might be reincarnating? He sighed softly and said, "Look, aren't I reincarnating like the most powerful person in history? How thick-skinned." This was the evaluation of the geniuses of the Yang realm. All of them rolled their eyes and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Chu Feng said again, "I always feel that someone is calling me. Is it my previous life or my next life? I want to go and take a look." Everyone thought he was joking and ignored him. However, Chu Feng turned around and left, really rushing towards that city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Where are you going?" someone shouted. The geniuses of the Yang realm chased after him together. Even Fei Ling and Hong Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. They had fulfilled their oaths, and now it was time to take care of this native. Below the wooden city, the Chu Feng who had disappeared appeared in a hidden area. He flicked out a drop of blood and reconstructed himself on the spot. It was exactly the same as him and was controlled by a wisp of soul light. Then his true body turned around and left, leaving behind a body formed by a drop of blood. His true body caught up to the people in front of him and made a move in secret, erasing the relevant memories in some people's soul light. For example, the memories of him summoning some old friends. He believed that even if a deity-level evolver examined these people's soul light, they wouldn't discover anything. Even if a celestial venerable made a move in the end and discovered some clues, it might not necessarily be a bad thing, because these old friends definitely wouldn't choose the orthodoxies of Taiwu, Hunyi, and Primordial after passing through successfully. There were also people coming from the evolutionary sect founded by their old enemy, the Taiwu sect. This was their best choice. If these old friends entered the Yang realm and were discovered by that person in the end, he might even give them some preferential treatment. After all, everyone knew that he had a precious treasure on him now. If they had any thoughts about the stone box and protected these old friends of his, they might even leave behind a wisp of remembrance in advance if he appeared one day. Of course, he hoped that the celestial venerable didn't see that some of these people's memories had been erased. In the distance, a drop of Chu Feng's blood transformed into a puppet body and shouted loudly. He wanted to understand the greatest secret of the past and present. He wanted to seize that letter and clearly understand what had happened in the most resplendent great era on the fork in the road. In reality, everyone knew the importance of that letter. A sword cut through the ages and severed karma. What kind of mighty power was this? If it really was a piece of paper that was sent out with great effort from the most important juncture in the history of evolution, it would inevitably carry a secret that would make even the powerhouses of the Yang realm go crazy. That sword cut through the ages and sent out a piece of paper attracted everyone's attention. Don't let him get it. Someone couldn't sit still and chased after him. Bang! But in the end, that physical body of Chu Feng exploded on the spot and turned into a bloody mist before turning into flying ashes. He was still very far from the wooden city when his body was smashed into smithereens. I understand now. Only after I die once can I enter this place. I'm coming. Such a loud shout actually rang out. It was rather strange. In reality, this was only done by a wisp of Chu Feng's soul light. He shouted before escaping and quickly chased after his true body. Fei Ling, Hong Xian, and the others frowned. This Yao died a bit stupidly. He lost his life just like that. However, they admitted that they were a bit unwilling. Their eyes burned with passion as they wanted to obtain that letter incomparably. They wanted nothing more than to charge through. This fellow's body is already disintegrated, yet he actually shouted those words. What does he mean? Only a ghost would believe him. He still wants to dig a hole for us, even before death. Not necessarily. Let's go back and report this. It was too dangerous ahead. It was hazy and the fragments of time were dense. It was too terrifying. The geniuses of the Yang realm stared ahead and revealed serious expressions. Their origins weren't small, so they naturally felt the terror of this place. Perhaps only a heavenly venerable or a powerhouse would be able to see through it. For a moment, they all trembled with fear as they looked at that letter that was gradually disappearing. They believed that the ultimate evolved body might really have appeared and that it was a letter left behind by a creature of that level. The so-called most powerful person in history, the one who severed time and effect, might be able to be selected. Let's go. In the end, everyone left and walked out of the secret realm. The outside world was in an uproar. Many evolvers in the dilapidated universe beat their chests and stamped their feet. It was too late for regrets. Did that group of people really succeed? Some people regretted it to death. Not long ago, Yihao had invited everyone to follow him and charge through the trial. But in the end, they refused. There were even more people who secretly ridiculed them and spoke disdainfully, thinking that it was impossible to succeed. In the end, I regret it, someone shouted loudly, wanting to vomit blood. Several hundred people successfully passed, causing some people in the Yang realm to be stunned. Chu Feng watched from afar and changed his appearance. Not long ago, he could have easily gotten rid of Hong Xian, Failing, and the others, but in order to ensure that Yuan Mo, Zilwan, and the others didn't encounter any accidents, he endured it. If he wanted to kill Hong Xian, Failing, and the others, he could do it at any time. Right now, ensuring that Zilwan and the others could safely go on their way without any disputes or accidents was more important. Several days later, Zilwan, Yuan Mo, and some others successfully became disciples of the great martial heavenly venerables opponents. They were protected and could enter the Yang realm at any time. In reality, some orthodoxies had always been very interested in people like them. These people had some relationship with Chu Feng, and perhaps one day, they would attract Chu Feng to come knocking on their door. This time, I completely have no more burdens. I can go all out next. Chu Feng no longer had any worries. As for Ing Zhixian, the silver-haired little Lolita, Yuan Shicheng, and the others, he believed that the emissaries from the two races wouldn't let anything happen to them. They would definitely be taken away, so there was no need for him to interfere. The dilapidated universe's banished Immortal Cave, Origin Demon Palace, and the others were now closely connected to the Yang realm. Chu Feng endured silently, waiting for an opportunity. He himself also wanted to enter the Yang realm. However, before that, he still wanted to get rid of the last group of deities. The group of deities that went to the Yang realm didn't send back any news for a long time. Half a month later, the last group of deities set off. They were led by a quasi-divine king, and their evolution level was about the same as Chu Feng's. There were a total of 7 deities. This time, Chu Feng followed them quietly, and he became more and more confident, even if there was a quasi-divine king in that group. After entering deep into the sea of chaos, Chu Feng rose in revolt. He first quietly removed the celestial venerable's decree from the bow of the ship, put it into the stone box, and then forcefully killed it. God-level evolvers weren't his match at all, and 2 were slaughtered by him in the blink of an eye. As for the Illuminators, there was no need to talk about them. They turned into flying ashes with just a slight touch. Boom! However, that quasi-divine king was indeed very powerful. He fought with Chu Feng, and the primal chaos collapsed, and the large ship disintegrated. It was very intense. In the end, Chu Feng held the divine sword that was dripping with blood in his right hand and the stone box in his left. He stood indifferently in the middle of the Yang realm's large ship that had broken into pieces. That quasi-divine king's corpse lay on the ground, having been killed by him. The divinity granules and the ancestral Taoist substance entered his body continuously. Chu Feng's heart was heavy. This quasi-divine king was at the same level as him, and they were both at the peak of the divine general domain. The 2 of them actually fought for more than 100 moves before the battle ended. This made him feel the seriousness of the situation. In the past, when facing evolvers at the same level as him, he had always been crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, sweeping through all his enemies. But now, a quasi-divine king from the Yang realm, who he didn't know could be considered a heaven-gifted figure, actually fought with him for such a long time. If this person is an ordinary quasi-divine king, that means that if I enter the Yang realm, I'll really have to face unimaginable pressure in the future. Chu Feng sighed. He made up his mind to walk the path of the strongest, or else he really wouldn't be able to rise up in the Yang realm. He would be suppressed by geniuses from all walks of life, and he wouldn't have any advantage in the same level at all. Chu Feng returned to the dilapidated universe and prepared to sneak into the Yang realm. Chapter 993. The curtains slowly opened, and the final battle to leave the netherworld was about to begin. Chu Feng was calm and composed. He stood at the edge of the chaos with his hands behind his back, overlooking the entire broken universe. He knew that the most crucial moment was about to arrive. Whether he could sneak into the Yang realm from here or not, success or failure would be revealed soon. If his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be considered a complete failure. He would definitely slaughter in all directions and massacre the heroes that descended from the Yang realm. Even if the whole world was paying attention, it would be futile at that moment. They wouldn't be able to change his actions or block the 3-foot-long divine sword in his hand. That was because the celestial venerables wouldn't participate and didn't come over. After sweeping through the world with a sword like this, even if he died in battle, he could calmly reincarnate on the path of reincarnation and enter the Yang realm to contend for hegemony again, because he had the talisman in his hand. And if his identity wasn't exposed and he successfully sneaked in, he would be more low-key and directly enter the Yang realm. However, it was very difficult to enter the Yang realm now, whether it was by force or by sneaking in. That was because the silver-haired Empress Mingchuan, who had once hibernated in the ancient mine outside Kunlun Mountain Purgatory, had already done this once a year ago. The Yang realm celestial venerables were furious and ordered to seal the exit boundary membrane. The difficulty of passing through there had increased by more than 100 times. Regarding this, Chu Feng had already understood after coming to the broken universe. He was very calm and very steady as he stepped into the broken universe. With one step, he disappeared into the depths of the deep starry sky. It would be even better if he could advance another step. He was only a thin layer of window paper away from the divine king domain. How to pierce through it was a problem. At this critical juncture, if he became a divine king, there would be many benefits and a greater chance of success. Even if he failed, he might be able to kill a few divine kings in the Yang realm by himself. At that time, it wouldn't only be the Yang realm orthodoxy that would be hurt, but also the hearts of some celestial venerables. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The divine kings that could be dispatched were definitely people that the celestial venerables trusted. They were direct descendants, and perhaps there were also loyal lackeys or old servants by their side. It's time to end, it's time to end. Success or failure will be decided. Chu Feng said to himself. There wasn't much time left. The passage that connected the two worlds had long been unstable. The boundary membrane shone every day and the chaotic lightning flickered. The road could collapse at any time. After Chu Feng returned, he paid close attention to the latest developments. The Yang realm's train of thought for selecting Yin realm species hadn't changed. Recently, they had done some experiments related to evolution. Some Yin realm species were brought into the Yang realm and grew quite well. After some geniuses from the Yang realm came to this universe, they would intercept the source energy of the lesser Yin realm and fuse it into their own bodies. This would promote the evolution of their physique to some extent. Meanwhile, on the side of the Yang realm, the famous mountains were magnificent, the great rivers were surging, and the Yang energy was boiling. It was adjacent to the realm membrane, the passage that connected to the ruined cosmos. There were people guarding this place, all of them experts, all of them golden-robed divine kings. The curtains will fall in the end. The only pity is that the supreme treasure of the Yang realm is still nowhere to be found, someone said softly. In a few more days, everything will be over. Don't let any accidents happen. A violet-haired god king said. His gaze was like lightning, and his body was like a violet sun. Within the surging Yang Qi, he seemed extremely dignified. It is reported that there are descendants of heavenly deities who came to observe the ceremony, and choose the most powerful realm seed. Another silver-haired divine king spoke. The golden robes on his body stirred up heavenly winds and rumbled with Tao sounds. After the others fell silent, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Famous mountains stood tall in the surroundings, and the Sun River traversed millions of miles. The scenery was magnificent like a painting. Who exactly is coming? They had a premonition that a famous figure was most likely going to appear. Even if his cultivation was inferior to theirs, his potential should be far greater. The eighth god in the world, the silver-haired divine king spoke. His golden robes fluttered, and an indescribable expression appeared on his face. In the Yang realm, this was a god that could be ranked eighth in the world. This kind of figure could no longer be described as an elite disciple, but a true genius. If there were no accidents, not to mention a divine king, he could even become a heavenly deity. How vast was the Yang realm? Not only were there disciples personally taught by heavenly deities, but there were also the last disciples of almighty figures. There were countless geniuses and experts in the world. How many people could guarantee that they could fight their way into the top 10 in the world? Immortal dynasties, orthodoxies of heavenly deities, and places where almighty figures slumbered. The inheritors of any of these places were extraordinary. Not to mention the eighth in the Yang realm. Even the 800th would be considered geniuses whose names shook a region. The Yang realm was too vast, and there were countless orthodoxies that had been passed down for millions of years. There were even evolutionary sects that had existed for hundreds of millions of years, not to mention some sects that had existed since ancient times. Their foundations were frighteningly deep. If they wanted to exhaust all their resources to nurture a core inheritor, how could they be weak? The eighth god in the world had come. This meant that they, the divine kings, might not be enough and weren't a match for this genius. Apart from this, there might also be two people among the gods ranked in the hundreds and the gods ranked in the top 100. This kind of top-ranked god-level evolver was definitely a genius that could rival divine kings. The important thing is that they're all very young. Compared to us, they're still in their prime. It's the time for them to guide the world, a divine king said. There were treasures in the Yang realm, as well as the fortunes mentioned by the deceased elders. That was why some of the most famous geniuses in the Yang realm couldn't help but come. Watch more and talk less. The situation has been turbulent recently, and the waters are very deep, the purple-haired divine king reminded. This place quickly quieted down. In the dilapidated universe, Chu Feng already understood that the final trial ground had been changed. That secret realm had been sealed earlier, and no one was allowed to approach it. The wooden city had been accidentally discovered that one could pass through underground. Many people saw a terrifying scene underground, and after the gods found out about it, they immediately sealed it and reported it to the major figures of the Yang realm. The final trial ground had been chosen anew. It would be in the primal chaos adjacent to the Yang realm. It was still a continent's secret realm, and one could directly reach the Yang realm after passing through it. Recently, there were divine kings personally making arrangements. There was still plenty of time. Chu Feng wandered around the dilapidated universe. He had been to the banished Immortal Cave, a strange place. That planet was like a bug's nest. It was full of potholes, and there were caves everywhere. Yet wisps of pure, white, immortal chi were emitted from it. Based on his intuition, he could tell that place wasn't simple. With his strength, he could naturally approach it. He saw Ing Wudi, the silver-haired little Lolita, and Ing Zhexian from afar. He watched them silently and turned to leave because the three of them were in a good situation. He had also been to the Origin Demonic Palace and seen Yuan Shicheng and Yuan Yuan. He had even approached the Amiba Temple. Under the setting sun, the divine temple emitted a golden brilliance. It was divine and simple. The ancient Thunderclap Temple had an extraordinary Buddhist charm. In the end, Chu Feng entered that secret realm again and approached the wooden city. Even though the gods had already sealed off the roads here, they couldn't stop him at all. He smoothly reached the underground. He was very unresigned. He entered the space in the stone box to protect himself in the depths of the earth. He wanted to approach the wooden city. Chu Feng felt that this was indeed a little suicidal. However, he was truly attracted by the key node in the history of evolution that had severed time, space, and karma. He wanted to understand it. He didn't know why, but he felt that he was being called out. Was it that letter? He took out the celestial venerable's decree from within the stone box and blocked the tiny gap left by the box. He brazenly approached the wooden city just like that. If he could reach it, he would naturally cheer. If the situation wasn't right, he wouldn't force his way through either. He would turn around and leave. Sure enough, as he approached, one side of the stone box shone slightly. As for the celestial venerable's decree, it was trembling. In the end, he discovered with horror that even a corner of the celestial venerable's decree was burning. This situation was a bit terrifying. He had two complete celestial venerable's decrees in his hands. The other half was damaged, but it could still support him for a period of time. At this time, he was approaching the wooden city underground and was about to enter. He rushed towards that yellowed letter. As expected, the celestial venerable's decree couldn't stop the power here. The damaged city contained unimaginable pressure. That decree was about to be burned to ashes in an instant. Chu Feng didn't even think about it and was about to turn around and leave. He knew that this attempt could be considered a failure. However, a shocking change happened. At this moment, the stone box released an abnormal sound for the first time. It began to rumble lightly, and all 6 sides shone at the same time, becoming sparkling and resplendent. Chu Feng was shaken. This was the first time he encountered this type of unforeseen event after obtaining the stone box. In the past, even if the stone box shone, it was only one side. However, here, all 6 sides released radiance. It was brilliant and translucent, resisting that type of power. His mind was pounding and his scalp went numb. The stone box's origins were most likely unimaginable, ancient, and terrifying. It might be related to a few crucial points in evolutionary history. He no longer hesitated and continued forward. Since there wasn't any danger right now, and he obtained protection, he wanted to rush towards the place rich in time fragments to bring away that letter. Home. He heard a terrifying sound. This world seemed to have been overturned, all things starting and then dying, the first sounds of the cosmos returning to emptiness. Then, Chu Feng had the misconception that all things became quiet. The severed time and space, the severed karma, everything froze. In that instant, he seemed to have seen many things. In the great wastelands, vicious beasts slaughtered each other, evil phoenixes contending for supremacy. Blood flowed everywhere. There was a youth who walked out from the great wastelands, vying for supremacy under the heavens, standing at the peak of endless time. In the divine court, there were richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. The servant girls were like immortals, their ornaments jingling. Old madams, young ladies, and others lived together in harmony. In the forbidden land, a bloody mouth opened wide, about to devour everything in this world. At the limits of heaven and earth, a hazy gray mist descended upon the great earth, about to cover everything. Chu Feng was astonished. Those scenes were truly reflected over. What kind of information were they conveying? Soon after, he discovered that these scenes seemed to have come from a different era. Then, he trembled inwardly. This so-called endless time and space seemed to have condensed into a picture scroll. What he saw was only a few fragments, and there were even more. Soon after, he felt his blood run cold. He had a type of realization. That wasn't a misconception. This heaven and earth, this cosmos, everything was like a picture scroll. It was still and unmoving, and he and all living things were people in the picture. Chapter 994. Why? Chu Feng's soul was trembling. He had a type of realization, and it didn't seem like a misconception. Everything in this world, every blade of grass, every tree, the universe, time, and space were all in a painting. They were all people in the painting, objects in the painting. However, who was it that was looking down on them? This was horrifying and made one tremble with fear. Was there a pair of eyes in the darkness? Or were there countless pairs of eyes that pierced through the heavens and tore apart the endless ages to look down on everything? He shook his head forcefully, finding it hard to believe that this was a true realization. He thought to himself that this was an experience of time and space being in disorder. It wasn't real. Pung. While Chu Feng's mind was restless and his mind was wandering in the void, the thunderous noise outside shook the wooden city. The stone box shone. It was also at this time that he discovered that the stone box was becoming more and more sparkling and resplendent. White mist surged out and covered his body. This was a bit strange. The stone box's shape was chaotic and indescribable. The previous square shape might not have been its true form. Now, it was surrounded by mist, obscuring everything in the world. All around him, silent scenes were reflected one after another. Chu Feng seemed to be moving through mottled ancient scrolls. Each scene represented a great era, as if he was walking through the accumulation of millions and millions of years. The stone box was gently shaking and releasing a strange sound. It was as if the world had just been opened, the primal chaos was developing, and all things were budding. It was also as if everything was starting from the beginning again. The past and present were all rotating, pointing the way back. Home. In the end, while he was lost in thought, a loud sound rang out. He raised his head in shock. Through the cracks of a stone box, he saw that the fragments of time were rising and falling, and a withered yellow paper was right in front of him. The stone box was about to collide with it. At this time, Chu Feng felt more and more that life's past, the universe, and time were all condensed into a painting. There was someone overlooking everything. In the end, a great explosion-like sound rang out. The stone box and the letter collided. Light overflowed, scattering the fragments of time. Symbols submerged this place. Chu Feng was stupefied. The stone box was completely closed, and the last crack also disappeared. What did he see at the last moment? The withered yellow paper melted, turning into flowing light and tangling with the stone box. At the same time, he saw a figure, as well as a magnificent great battle. It was unimaginable, indescribable. In the end, he saw that imposing figure sweep out a sword, his aura devouring past, present, and future, until heaven and earth stopped moving. Even such a person was fighting while bathed in blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Then, Chu Feng saw the word Emperor in the air, and the sword and cauldron resonated together. A latecomer had broken through the cage and entered the battlefield. Was that a powerhouse who had risen from another point in the history of evolution? Or could it be that everything was reincarnation and there was only one person? Everything was dark and nothing could be seen. The stone box was already closed. After an unknown period of time, the outside world stopped shaking, but Chu Feng's eyes were still closed. In that instant, it seemed as long as eternity. Violent waves surged in his heart, and some unimaginable fragmented scenes appeared before his eyes, but they quickly disappeared from his memories. Was this the reincarnation of the great world, or his reincarnation? Why would all these scenes appear out of nowhere? Today's experience was inconceivable to him. Is it this stone box, or that letter that wants to reflect some things in my heart? Chu Feng explained to himself. When the stone box dimmed and no longer emitted light, and completely stabilized, Chu Feng felt that he should be out of the danger zone. He opened the stone box gently, and sure enough, he was out of the range of the wooden city. The stone box was still the same, and there were no changes. When he turned his head and looked into the distance, that letter had also disappeared. Whoosh! He turned around and left, leaving this mystical land. Along the way, his mind wandered into the cosmos, and his soul light flickered. He had just experienced some scenes which gave him some comprehension. He actually peers through the final window paper to enter the divine king domain at this time. There were indescribable and complicated patterns interweaving in his body, from his flesh and blood to his bones, and then to his soul light. They were all densely covered in mysterious patterns. That was the power of a divine king. Perhaps it could also be said that it was the deduction of order. The comprehension that belonged to him was transforming into Tao fragments and manifesting itself. His body was transforming. Now, the activity of all his cells was strengthening and changing rapidly. Not good. Chu Feng hid into the stone box at the first possible moment. After that, he steered it and charged into the primal chaos at the fastest speed, using the ultimate treasure to completely conceal his aura. That was because he didn't want to attract the attention of the descenders from the Yang realm at this time. And he also didn't want to cross the tribulation at this time. He still wanted to do great things, so how could he expose himself now? Moreover, the Divine King tribulation wasn't just for show. If it really appeared, it would most likely make one wish they were dead. Even in the Yang realm, this kind of tribulation would kill a group of quasi-divine kings without anyone's protection. The stone box didn't emit light and was very dim. It pierced through the starry sky of the broken universe like a speck of dust and charged into the primal chaos at extreme speed. Before long, Chu Feng chose a suitable place and rushed out of the stone box. The activity of all his cells was greatly strengthened as they frantically absorbed the divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter that he had accumulated in his body back then. When he was at the peak of the divine general realm, he didn't kill one or two gods, but two batches in succession. They could also be called two groups of gods, including quasi-divine kings. He operated the little 6 rays of time technique and absorbed everything. His accumulation was too deep. The divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter that he couldn't use in the past were now fully activated. This time, Chu Feng's evolution wasn't as simple as breaking through to the Divine King realm. His cultivation soared all the way, and his physique was a little terrifying. It was as if he was shedding his mortal body and being reborn. He had once experienced the vicissitudes of 100 years in the foreign realm, and now he was growing in reverse. He almost returned to his youth, but in the end, he forcefully stabilized his youthful appearance. He didn't want to become a relatively tender youth again. He needed a physique of a golden age. The fine patterns all over his body were like lightning streaking across all his cells, developing to the extreme. The Divine King order was growing and imprinting itself in his body. At the same time, Chu Feng also faced a problem squarely. There was a seed in his body. That was his new self that was being nourished and reborn. In the end, it was going to transform into a divine fetus and be born into the world. Moreover, he felt an incomparably intense desire that originated from that seed, as if it was going to come out of his body right now. At the same time, his current physical body and the original soul light actually emitted a wave of grief. His scalp went numb as if he had a premonition that he was going to meet his end. He had made up his mind to walk the path of the strongest. Wasn't this the best choice? However, why was there grief in his heart, feeling grief for himself? In that instant, Chu Feng carried a dismal state of mind, standing in the primal chaos in a stupor. The heavenly tribulation arrived. It was especially terrifying, blasting him outwards. Fortunately, this was Divine King tribulation, not the destructive lightning that was born in the primal chaos. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, he would still be turned to ashes if he didn't reach the Empyrean realm. Chu Feng began to cross tribulation. At the same time, he carried a type of indescribable grief. He was in great grief as he examined himself. Was that seed really going to come into the world? The path of the strongest was to break through the old self to begin with. The divine fetus would come into the world and forge the most powerful new self. I can't hold back. In the end, Chu Feng guided the heavenly tribulation into his body, killing that seed. He didn't know if this was because what he cultivated was a damaged method, and as a result, his mental state was unstable. In the end, he was on a breakthrough. Or was it to say that there was another possibility? Was this a warning from his intuition? It was telling him that he had to end this path. Regardless, he was going to take action himself now. He was going to get rid of that seed. He didn't wait for the new self to be born. He only wanted his current self. Hong, the divine king tribulation entered his body, and all of it blasted toward that seed. At the same time, it was equivalent to him experiencing the most terrifying impact. This wasn't a baptism, but a true life and death tribulation. After an unknown amount of time, the nearby primal chaos collapsed and turned into nothingness. Chu Feng's body was tattered and reconstructed countless times. He was reborn from a drop of blood. His broken bones were reconstructed, and he performed the miracles of a divine king. However, he was blasted into a tragic state again and again. Fortunately, this wasn't the depths of the primal chaos. He didn't draw that kind of supreme lightning, and it was only his own divine king tribulation. In the end, he finally endured it. That seed was shattered. When he circulated the robbery induction breathing technique, flowing light formed into a field and expanded outwards from the shattered seed. It was like the rise and fall of a vast ocean. There were too many divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter. They fused into his physical body and soul light. He was being nourished. The path of the strongest has been severed. What other way do I have to walk toward the strongest? Chu Feng sighed softly. He was feeling the changes in his body. His physique was improving. On the path of evolution, he leaped up and rushed above the mid-stage divine king realm. This kind of evolution speed could be said to be a legend in the cultivation world. However, he also knew that this wasn't the strongest path. After entering the yang realm, he might be suppressed by many geniuses. This made him frown. But just now, he really couldn't control himself and couldn't control himself. A kind of instinct made him get rid of that seed in his body. He used his own flesh and soul light as strange soil to give birth to a seed, giving birth to a new self and cutting off the old self. Why was he doing this? Is this the old self's unwillingness? Is this a backlash or a true instinct warning me? I don't know. Chu Feng was silent. He didn't know whether what he was doing was right or wrong. However, his path of evolution had changed today. He had to think about the golden path after entering the yang realm. Those who were called geniuses in the yang realm were too terrifying. What did he have to contend for supremacy? He had to take every step well. Chu Feng passed the divine king tribulation without mishap. He sat cross-legged in the primal chaos for 2 days and comprehended the changes in his body. On the third day, he got up and entered the dilapidated universe. He rushed to the final battlefield, the final trial ground. Could he pass it quietly and charge into the yang realm? Here, Chu Feng saw some old friends. There was Ing Wudi, the silver-haired Lolita, Ing Zhixian, Yuan Shicheng, Yuan, and the Vermilion Bird Fairy. In addition, there were old friends from the Tao race and the Buddhist race. The geniuses of the Yin realm were all gathered here. They walked together with their own race in the dilapidated universe, such as the Banished Immortal Cave, the Amitabha Temple, and the Origin Demon Palace. They were going to pass the final trial and enter the Yang realm. To these people, it wasn't a big problem. 90% of them would be brought into the Yang realm. Chu Feng arrived. His white clothes were otherworldly. He displayed a cultivation of the saint realm and an outstanding temperament. This was the golden age of guiding the world. The most crucial moment that belonged to him was about to arrive. Everything would come to an end. Brother, which race are you from? Someone came forward and greeted him enthusiastically. He was shocked to see that Chu Feng was already a saint at such a young age. His talent was even more astonishing than the 9 small saints of the dilapidated universe. Could he be compared to the geniuses of the Yang realm orthodoxies? I'm sure fan, replied Chu Feng calmly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.